music is completely inappropriate. There we go. What were idyllic forests have turned to scorched heaps of ash. Mountains have strange scorched craters, and the water is unusually clear. And as you pass it, you just instinctively, those of you who've traveled in alien worlds, know that nothing here is probably safe to ingest or touch. Everything looks toxic. You're driving in open-topped, semi-armored vehicles. The ones you were provided by your Hereticus contact on Port Mire.
What's the quality of the air like? Is it particularly foul to breathe, or is it...
It is rancid and acidic, but it's not poisonous. You can breathe it, and it's fine, and you're sort of, if you have any scanners, there's nothing toxic about it, but it's not pleasant. It feels like being in a tight room, very little air. After you've just recently seen what you believe to be a projection of Saint Wolfram, who appeared in the sky and convinced you that the Emperor has a purpose for you. In the ancient prison, where the Imperial Call has been replaced with what was probably once a prison, or even a research center, and has now regressed to an abandoned ruin. You've parked outside the mountain. Yeah, Maria?
I was going to say, can we see the ruin, but you're literally about to answer that question, so...
So, you've seen various psychic phenomena when you're parked outside the ruins. Strange scratches appear on the side of your vehicle. You lean over and inspect them. There's nothing there. Surrounding the hill are strange howls and screams and movements in the shadows. While stopping the vehicles, you sense the presence of someone approaching that you soon either scared away or simply decided to wait for a better opportunity to reappear. The structure is at least 100 meters wide and is 2 stories tall, with ominous-looking statues and symbols that you've seen on other religious structures on Aventine. 2 holes in the building's rockcrete facade indicate where there were probably once 2 spires, and a strange white mist lingers over the craters. You slowly drive up and hear the rocks getting crushed under the tires of your car as you grind to a halt before the ruins. The statues and various spires have been destroyed, and the fence around the building is also looking partially destroyed. As you look up, there are mostly dark clouds hovering above, hiding the usually visible sun on Aventine. There's a large metal double door leading to the structure. So, you're standing in the square, surrounding the cars, and you're still noticing this strange phenomena that you felt before, this ominous presence.
Oh, what is his presence like?
It's like a lingering, like the hair stands on your arm, and you sort of lean out of the car, and it's almost like you're touching something amorphous. And it's just, you feel that there's something there, yeah.
Well, Quentin is kind of just leaning in the passenger seat of the car, and he's pulling on a brave face. You can kind of see that he's trying to keep his nerve, even though there's a bead of sweat going down past his brow. And he kind of just looks over at Kit in the car, and he goes, "Now, I don't know about you, but I'm starting to feel like it wasn't the right decision to come down here." And he kind of just...
Sorry. Yeah.
Ross nods and says, "Yeah, the air is very thick right here." And she tries to start a radio to hope to get like a song or something, but it's just static.
It clicks and there's static as you sort of tune it in. As you look around, the only light source is the front lights of your car. It's extremely dark. Whatever mechanical gadgets you have sort of light up the car itself. A nauseating acidic smell slowly creeps in on you and you notice several small holes in the ground. The air is fine to breathe, but there's a strange, almost sulfur-smelling substance rising from the ground. Standing around the cars, Maria, describe what you appear right now. How you look.
Yeah. So Quentin is messing with a low stick between his fingers, kind of debating whether the air is good enough or whether he's risking lighting one while he can feel this kind of noxious gas in the air. He's a bit of an older gentleman. He's got quite full hair, dark hair with speckles of grey kind of creeping across his temples, and he's got a thick set of brows that kind of seem permanently scrunched together as his eyes sweep around, trying to pick up and analyze everything he sees. He's wearing a trench coat that seems a bit tattered, and he's even got a little couple spots of blood on it from the last time that he fought. And underneath is poking small bits of his Enforcer Carapace armor. And slung around his shoulders, got his hefty plasma gun, and you can see the hints of a shock maul being hidden by his belt.
Awesome.
And he looks unnerved. Well, nerved. Well, unnerved. It's unnerved, isn't it? He
Unnerved.
looks unnerved as he stares up
No, yeah.
at the place that they're about to walk into.
Awesome. Mort, I'm noticing that your player name is not visible because of me. Because I deleted you from the computer. Totally my fault.
What have you done? Why have you done that?
For fun. I might spend time. I just think it's fun deleting players. Lisbeth, what do you look like?
So Lisbeth has sort of vaulted herself out of the car and is currently attaching a what do they call it in the 40k universe? A torch. Just like what do they actually call it? A torch.
Glow globe.
Stab light.
Or whatever.
Stab light. That's the one. Yes, sir. She's attaching a stab light to the barrel, the bayonet lugs on her rifle. Clearly, just trying to be a little bit busy and getting herself ready because this is not a place she wants to be in. Visibly, she is a fairly tall, lithe character, but with a certain wiry strength to her. She wears a sort of patchwork of Imperial Guard armor drawn from multiple different sources, non-standard pattern gear, you can just about make out a concealed holster underneath a leather jacket that she's currently wearing. She comes across as almost a ganger. If it wasn't for the Imperial Guard armor and equipment, you would probably assume that she was some sort of hired thug or possibly an ex-con that had been drafted in to help. Tattoos cover most of her neck and right arm, which ends in a rather prestigious cybernetic, but of good quality. Her hair is shaven on one side, but long and chestnut on the other. If you think the stereotypical alternate character, then yeah, you've pretty much got how she looks in terms of her hair. She comes across as a little bit arrogant and cocksure with her stature, but if you were to look closely, you could probably see that she's not exactly totally confident right now. And there are you get the impression she really doesn't want to be anywhere near this place.
Awesome. Ross, stepping out of the vehicle.
Oh no,
Sitting there.
am I stepping out of the queue? Alright, we're
No,
stopping.
it's just drawing a scene. This side. Ross.
Alright,
Laying down, sitting.
alright, so... Oh... Well, I thought we were still driving. So, in the driver's seat, there is Rose, and she's a short girl in her late 20s with long blonde hair, dressed in like a regular black painted Imperial Guard armor, and having a sniper rifle on her side. So, probably currently she's just scanning the environment for all the evil stuff that is probably somewhere here.
As you look over to the ruins, you think you see something moving in one of the windows. And you get this feeling of, this is
Being watched.
probably humans probably haven't been here in a really long time.
Hmm.
It doesn't look like... Yeah, it looks pretty bad. Perrin, what do you look like?
Yes, stepping out of one of the cars is a gangly old man with a crew cut of mostly grey, but with a few strands of black left in. He's as he's stepping out, he's leaning heavily on his staff and wrapping his thin grey and brown cloak tightly around him. Before he wraps it around him, a concealed holster might be seen at his left side, and the different tools he has in his belt, such as data slate and a deck of cards, among other things. He looks towards the other without his usually perpetual smiles and was it really a good plan to go here without talking to anyone else first?
Perrin says, as we can get Jericho's description.
So, out of the car moves this large, thick man who's mostly been given over to cybernetics as much as he has flesh. Both of his arms have been completely replaced with thick, strong-looking cybernetics, as well as the lower half of his face, his jaw, all the way down to his throat, till it embeds itself into the top of his Imperial Guard flak armor. And though the man is not huge, he's not particularly tall, he's extremely well built, and he has a completely shaven head. And unlike some of the others, he seems completely immune to this idea that this is a bad situation. He seems in some ways almost ignorant of the place that they find themselves in. And he's got a glow stick clenched in his metal jaw, which dents the glow stick because he can't quite control how much pressure he applies with his metal jaw. And he sidles up next to Lisbeth, and he says, "Oh, it stinks out here. Did you let one go?"
And now we get some fucking accents. Amazing. You get an inspiration point. Raisnar, what do you look like?
Llewellyn is a bit shorter.
Llewellyn.
Is a bit shorter than some of the other people. She stands like 5'4", and she's got she's got short white hair that frames her face. One of her eyes has been scarred and appears useless. She's wearing this guard flak armor over her entire body, including a pair of combat boots. But it's painted this like dull, kind of washed out gray color, as if it's used to be black, but like was bleached a few times. And over this is some robes, some long flowing red robes that cover up most of the armor completely, that are adorned with scroll work and literal scrolls that like are hanging off that have bits of the Imperial Creed and the from the church hanging to them. Her right hand from the elbow forward is completely gone, and instead it ends in this like multi-tool of pins, nibs, quills, and that sort of thing. Sometimes she swaps these out because they're exchangeable with Medicaid tools and scalpels and spray flesh and that sort of thing as well. She wields a large chemical flamer that she currently has strapped to her back, and as well as a small knife-sized chain blade and hand flamer. She looks to be currently preoccupied. She's got like a book in her hand, and she's using her right hand to write this cryptic sort of language across it. It looks faintly alien, or perhaps even mystical, runish type language, as she scans the surroundings and just seems to be recording and documenting the moment more so than concerned about what exactly it means. If that makes any sense.
Awesome. This is when I leave it up to you guys and hand the session over to you. What do you do?
Lisbeth jokingly punches Tetratus in the stomach. She does put a bit of power behind it, but given the bulk and size and armor that you're currently wearing, Tetratus, I doubt you feel anything more than a slight nudge. I didn't let anything go. Although she pauses to just take a deep breath in through her nose. Smells like home. Maybe Armageddon. Perhaps both worlds rolled into one. But, and she sort of starts looking at the others. Can I just, put something on the table?
Sure.
I know that we saw. Well, I don't really know what we saw, but I know we saw something that pointed us here. Well, we're here, and she sort of does a theatrical sort of spin on the spot, arms raised out, like. But I don't see any other apparitions. I don't see a big glowing hand from the Emperor pointing us to some mystical relic. All I see is a rundown place full of bad souls.
Well, I don't think the Emperor makes himself known every 5 seconds just to comfort you in your fears. It's
And
clear
what
this
do
is
you
where we're
know
meant
of
to
the
go.
Emperor?
At this
Have
point,
you-
Quentin just raised his eyebrows, go like through the roof on his forehead, and he kind of just steps closer to Lisbeth. And he's now the glow stick that we've been holding in his hands is just being crumpled up into dust. What you trying to say? Exactly. Spit it out clear so I can hear it and I can know whether I'm gonna have to shoot you or not.
Lisbeth just leans in, a rather wicked grin on her face. I don't know. You seem like the sort to maybe be adverse to licking the dust off some corpse's feet. I've never seen the Emperor.
Whoa!
Have
Did
you?
I heard Heresy there?
Go ahead. At this point, Quentin grips whatever it is that Lisbeth is wearing, any sort of fabric that he can, just pulls it really close to him. He goes, "Now you listen here. The only reason you're standing on this goddamn earth is that the Emperor decided to let you live. Because me and you both know that there was no chance of you making it out of there any other way. So unless you want that metal arm of yours to be shoved up your ass, you better start shutting up and putting up." And at that point, he kind of just throws her aside.
She just grins at you.
A sudden gust of foul-smelling wind flows up from the side of the mountain, and you can hear the whistling of the wind for a second. Looking over at the ruin, you notice several of the structures have statues on them that are almost leaning over, looking down at you as you're standing there on the square. The front lights of your cars lighting up the facade. What do you do?
Oh, look.
Lulin steps out of the vehicle and walks. So the door. What color is the door to the building?
The door are two massive metal door, silvery metal.
Okay.
Rusted.
And she's just going to begin inspecting the door itself and trying to see if she can find a way to open it.
The rest of you see Llewellyn sort of step out of the car. You hear the gravel crush under her feet. As she slowly walks away from the vehicles, you see her disappear from the lights.
Oh, I will follow. Hopefully I can still sense her.
Perrin follows close after.
Is it just me, or Are those statues? They got bloody faces. And Tetricus is looking up at the line of statues, and you can see maybe like drips of old dried blood that kind of crest in little tears that maybe have gone down the statues' faces and then been scoured by the skin, been scoured by the wind, but then still stained the skin of the statues.
Did I already give you an inspiration points?
Yeah, you did.
Yes, you did.
Damn it. It's gonna be a lot of inspiration points this time. So you guys are walking up to the building. The rest of you are just staying by the vehicles.
Well, Quentin turns around to Jericho, and he kind of just leans in a little bit and he goes, "Do you think we should actually go into this building? I can't get the sense that this is only going to end in the worst of ways."
So Jericho turns away from the rest of the group so that his mouth is pointing back towards the cars, kind of away from any of the rest of the people. And he leans close to Quentin and he says, "Yeah, I get that same feeling, but I don't know what else to say. We got pointed this way from a saint. I feel like it's our duty to the Emperor to go in."
Quentin just kind of takes a deep breath and just he runs his fingers through his hair for a moment and he goes, "Oh, alright." And he turns to the rest of the group. "Well, what are you all doing standing around looking like you're waiting for another saint to turn up and point you away? Let's get going."
You caught Ross picking up the pretty pebbles from the ground.
At that point, Quentin kind of just storms up after the other two.
Alright, Elizabeth rolls her shoulders a little and just goes, "Alright, if we're doing this properly, I'll take lead. None of you else are guard trained." And storms off to the door.
Excellent. Yep.
As I'm following Llewellyn through the darkness, I twirl my staff from side to side, as if expecting something to approach unannounced, even through my second sight.
Perrin, do a Senescence test. You know nothing.
Well,
I know nothing.
we have photovisors, so that's a great idea to use them.
Okay, you appear them before the metal door. It is locked. What do you do?
Llewellyn, have you found anything?
She kind of just has this like book almost directly up in front of her face now, and Perrin over her shoulder, because she's a bit shorter than you, you can see just her hand just flashing across the pages, scribbling these kind of erratic markings, and it fills up really quickly as if it's almost like it's been printed, and then she just flips the page and begins again on the next page.
Oh, come on, that is not how you open the door.
I step back somewhat intimidated. Don't let me disturb you.
I got a key.
Can I push in my way to open the door?
As you push
Is
on
your
the door,
key your fist?
it is completely
Detritus?
stuck. Rusted stuck.
Sorry?
You cannot move the door.
Okay.
Can Elizabeth see any broken windows or any openings up on the wall facing?
Lisbeth, as you move around and look up to the windows on the second floor, you see something moving behind one of the walls to the right.
Elizabeth snaps her gun up, engaging the stab light, and just hisses, "Contact!"
As soon as you do that, you hear a little voice. It sounds like a young human.
Greetings.
Well, at this point, Quentin is like, at the moment Elizabeth says contact, Quentin just swings his gun around, grips it with both his hands, and storms up to where she is, immediately raising it up. "Contact where?"
Something's up on the second floor. Movement. Small noises.
Come on,
Ing-
noise
I
out,
suggest
Jen. Are you sure
egress.
You
you're not
suddenly
just
hear a
imagining
voice.
things?
Hello? It's a young boy's voice.
Llewellyn snaps her book shut and places it in a pocket of her robe. and begins searching the door for like a control panel, kind of just ignoring the voice completely, as if she's in a sort of trance.
There looks like there used to be a control panel, but it is completely destroyed, beyond repair.
Llewellyn, I got a key.
I suggest we have a more silent form of ingress as opposed to a power fist Tetris. Elizabeth says quite curtly.
Around the
Step
corner,
into the light.
around
She
the
calls
corner
out to the
that
voice.
you're aiming at, you see a young boy emerge. He's in his mid-teens. He slowly walks out, and he's holding a hand up. The hand meets your torch, your stab light, and it throws a shadow in the shape of a hand, an outstretched hand on his face. He has dark brown hair, hazel eyes, and dark rings around his eyes. He's pale, wearing worn-out rags, and he looks malnourished. He's holding one arm up to protect his eyes from the light as he's slowly inching forward.
Quentin lowers his gun at this point and walks over, going down on one knee. He
He's
just
on
kind
the
of...
floor.
Wait, what? What floor are we on?
No, he's on the ground floor. He's walking
He's
outside.
on the ground floor? Okay, I was
He's
looking
coming
at the
out
second
now.
floor. He
He's
said,
walking out on
Sorry.
the square in front of the building.
Alright, shut up then, Carl.
sorry, I said I was looking at the second floor. He said, oh yeah, you see something around the corner. So I'm assuming that
Right.
the corner is on the second floor.
Anyway,
I agree. Shut up.
yes.
I'm
So
kidding.
Quentin gets down on one knee, and he kind of just puts his hands on the shoulders of the boy and he goes,
As soon as you lean down, he says, "Daddy?"
No, I ain't your daddy, but I am someone that can help you, son.
Then you hear a
What
whisper,
exactly are you doing in
"Mommy?"
this place? No, I ain't your mommy either. I'm just...
Is
I'm
there
a
something
man.
you haven't told us, Quentin?
Quentin looks over and at Perrin and just kind of sticks up his little
Quentin.
finger.
You're an uncle to random kids, by the way.
Elizabeth hasn't lowered her weapon and has not lowered the intensity of her stab light. Her weapon is unwaveringly locked on the child's face and head.
Quentin just kind of drops his voice a little bit. Now, son, just what exactly are you doing here? This ain't a place for a child like you.
He lowers his hand, and as you look into his eyes, you see this hazel color, almost hypnotic, as he stares you deep in your eyes, and you feel like you're almost disappearing into his eyes. He takes a step forward, and he has this ominous voice, almost as if it's coming from nowhere. "Daddy?" And you hear it echo in your mind.
At this point, Quentin kind of he almost trips himself up trying to stand up and walk back.
Do
He's keeping his...
Everyone can do a fair one test.
If I've jaded, what does that mean in
That
terms
means
of
you
the
don't have to
film?
do it.
Yay!
Oh, okay. Elizabeth is also jaded.
A fair one. So, straight willpower?
As Quentin starts talking to the child, Perrin takes a moment to feel the child's aura closing in his non-functionalities. Functionalize.
So Quentin is just got up to his feet and he's got his hand outstretched as if to stop the boy walking, and he goes, "What in the heavens are you, boy?"
Before you touch
What
his
are you-
face, he stops just inches before your hand. Perrin, cold chills flow through your body, and you feel frozen in place.
Is this a psychic power, by the way?
No, it's not.
Too bad.
Anyone else who doesn't have jaded? Everyone picked jaded, huh?
I
No, I
picked
think-
it
I
up
think-
last session.
No, to be fair, I had jaded from when I created the character, so I got it.
Me too.
Totally legit. Totally legit. He
Yeah,
steps inches
I
from
got-
your
he-
hand, and you hear his hot breath on your hand as he whispers again. "Daddy?"
I ain't your daddy, son, and you need to stop walking forward.
Lisbeth growls at Quentin. Step back from the child.
I ain't gonna let you shoot a boy just 'cause you're scared. At this point, he looks over at Perrin and he just kind of tilts his head towards the boy. Tell me that this is a normal child, please.
The boy is growing increasingly anxious. He's shifting back and forth.
There's a sharp whine from Lisbeth's location as she increases the charge from the power pack on her lasgun. Step back now.
He takes a step back, almost like he's bracing for something, and he holds the hand up again.
Quentin just kind of looks over at Elizabeth and he just goes, "Now, you guys complain all goddamn time that I shoot soon, and now you're gonna shoot a boy because you're scared?"
Don't talk about shooting. You're scaring him. Come here, boy. Are you kidnapped? Do you see the kidnapper? Can you describe him?
As soon as you say that, Ross, you sort of walk over and interrupt the arguing couple here. The boy reacts immediately, and he looks up, and you see a very naive-looking smile form on his face, and his eyes light up. There's no color in the eyes, just a strange, shadowy mist. And he goes, "Mommy!" And he runs forward towards you.
I guess I have to embrace him.
He holds his hands out and he goes, "Mommy!" And he's holding your hand, just grasping your hand, and his hand is cold.
God damn it, parent! Tell me what the hell this is.
Oh, so yeah, don't. Oh, Ross, you probably should not touch that. And do I feel anything from this child that is very eerie without any warp
it's
sense
too late.
whatsoever?
Do a solutions test.
Based upon the histories of this land, I would make an educated guess that this is a psycho child. A witch, most likely. Unsanctioned, and should be put to death.
Not
During
unlikely. I do not seem to feel too much from it.
He pulls on your hand, Ross, and goes, "Mommy, Pollux is almost done. Don't make us leave until he's done."
Wait, what?
Is
How
that
is
name
he doing?
familiar?
I don't know. I'll just go with it.
Quentin's immediately looking over at Jericho. Have you ever heard of this?
Nope. I've never heard of any of this place, but this shit gives me the creeps, and I don't think that kid's normal.
That word kind of triggers some subconscious memory from Lulin's databanks. And so she begins furiously searching them to try to come up with why it sounds familiar.
In the light of Lisbeth's stab light, can she see any branding on the boy's skin?
No branding.
Okay, so I hug the boy and ask him, "Do you want to show me what you have here?"
God damn it, Kit Kat! Stop touching the boy. We don't even know what he is yet.
He says, he told me not to bring anyone down.
Perhaps you could show us the other parts of your living space.
"Mommy, who's that?" He points over to your friend.
Don't you recognize your
friend.
grandpa?
That's Mommy's
What
friend,
is
for
Grandpa?
work's
Sake.
"Mommy, what is Grandpa?" He looks up at you, Ross.
Oh, it's Mommy's papa.
He looks just very confused for a moment, and he looks over at you, Perrin. And he just stands there sort of staring at you, and he gives you sort of an evil eye.
I
Quentin.
wink at him.
Oh, God. Quentin just takes a
"Mommy,
deep
I
breath.
don't like Grandpa."
I didn't like my grandpa too, son.
At this point, Quentin charges back up to the boy and takes him by the shoulder. "Now listen, boy, or whatever the hell you are. Explain the man that you were talking about."
He recoils in terror, and he sort of gets on one knee. He looks shocked. Again, he's malnourished, pale, his eyes sort of fleeting between this world and another.
We should feed him.
What is your true form, boy? Because I don't think it's this.
He gives out a groan. Mommy! And he's holding a hand up to you.
She is not your mommy. And Quentin turns over to Ross. And you don't dare hold his hand again.
He starts sort of whining, no, no. And he's looking down.
Show
almost
your true
crying.
form, boy.
What the hell?
Lulin at this point moves
doing
up behind the
exorcism or
boy,
what?
and she draws her chain blade,
A
and
moment, people.
appears to be ready, or readying it to strike the boy down, following through with her earlier words.
What the hell is wrong with you all?
Either slay him or cast him aside. We don't have time for this. If the longer we stay here, the more likely it is someone else will see us, and I doubt that they will be as friendly as this child.
And
if
what?
it is a
Stepping
child.
past the
The
arguing
boy-
people, Perrin will pull his staff down and into the ground, throwing his arm out and speaking to the child once again. Show your true self.
The boy cowers in fear, and he falls down on the ground and lays in a fetal position, crying. And he's struggling to breathe.
I'm
He
using
looks
Dominate
up and
for
you
reference.
see his hand sort of clutching at your feet, Ross, as he desperately tries to grab you.
Okay, I'm giving in. I'll try to pick up the boy so he won't stay down, and I scream at the rest of the party. What the hell are you doing? Like the saint, he was the one who saved the children. Maybe he was pointing at him, he's the child, and he probably needs some saving.
At this point, Quentin walks over and just pulls Ross roughly from the shoulders. That boy has a connection to the warp, and you are about to get pulled into it if you ain't careful. Now use your brain. We just need to know who the hell he was talking about and what the hell he is.
Well, this boy should go to the black ships, to the Terra, and not just put here to death.
We don't even know if he's really a boy, or if he's really even a person at all.
He does not seem
How
to
many
respond to
child,
my
not people
command.
you have seen.
At this
Lulin
point,
then just stabs the boy.
What the fuck?
What?
Jesus Christ! Oh, wait,
The
no.
hair.
Before. Oh.
The chain blade activate. Is it a chain blade?
Quentin.
Yes,
It's a chain blade, yeah.
Can Quentin?
Bunch of
Whoa! Wait, can Quentin roll something to try and stop?
No, like I told you guys, like 30 seconds ago, she draws the chain blade, rears up like she's gonna
Hold on.
stab the kid.
Hold on.
And
Yeah.
no one said anything, and then I'm like, all right, I stabbed the kid.
Yeah,
Hold
the,
on,
the
hold
only
on. Hold on. Yeah. You can also do a test to try to prevent it.
What test would it be?
That would be a... That would be an agility test.
Okie dokie.
Meanwhile, GM, I'm wondering if that child reacted in any way to
Rip.
the psychic power I tried to use on it.
Not at all.
Not at
I'm
all.
guessing I don't have any inspiration points, do I, GM?
Yeah, you do.
Oh,
I
cool.
gave you one at the
I'm
beginning.
basically holding this kid, so I think I should have an
Hey!
action too.
Quentin, how do you want to do this?
Wait, awesome.
Punch her in the face.
Describe how it looks.
So, Quentin kind of just turns just as Llewellyn is going to thrust forward with the chainsword, and he just shifts himself, so he just grabs both of Llewellyn's wrists and just yanks them down roughly, so the chain blade just sticks itself into the earth instead. And immediately after that, he grabs Llewellyn's collar and just kind of pulls him close, and he goes, "Did I tell you to try and kill the child?"
Okay, that's a
Did the
great
Emperor
moment.
tell you not to suffer the witch? She roughly yanks her hands back and tries to shove Quentin out of the way to get towards the child. Like, it is our duty to put this abomination down. There are no black ships to take it off this planet.
At this point, Quentin is.
This is why
pulling
we
up
are here.
his plasma gun, and he goes, "You don't even know if the child is a psyker. You don't even know anything about the child. None of us do. So you're gonna kill an innocent soul just because you're scared?"
This child has been sent to this island because they have psychic powers.
We
I
don't
am
even know how
98%
this child
certain
got
that
to
this
this
is the
island.
case.
He's not even old enough to have been here.
As
When
he's
it was
laying
first
on the
formed.
ground and coughing, he goes, I don't have any powers. He keeps whispering it again and again.
Have you had any powers previously?
No, but my twin brother does. And he looks up and is just staring at you intensely.
I understand. Do you want to not remember us scaring you? Actually,
He
kneel
goes
down.
quiet and just keeps crying in a fetal position on the ground.
Just a question, GM. Did the dominate that Perrin did it do nothing?
I didn't actually hear that. Did you cast Dominate?
I did.
Ah. Yes,
To
let's
force the
resolve
boy
it.
to show his true form.
Let's resolve it.
Just while this is happening, Lisbeth has launched her grapnel line into the second floor and has begun scaling the outer wall,
Okay.
Okay.
So, Perrin,
along with Tetricus.
you, how does it look when you use Dominate on the child?
Yeah. I was swinging my staff around before throwing out my hand at him, as if in a banishing the evil as seen by the Emperor, and telling him to show his true form.
As soon as you do, you see the usual response. A little jolt, and then sort of all the tension in his body releases suddenly. He lays there completely still, and you can tell that he's performing the command that you told him to do, but nothing changes. And then he goes back to his true self. I mean, his tense, crying self.
Mm. I understand, child. You seem to at least not be of the warp completely. I will erase the trauma if you don't mind.
He whispers, "Pollux, help!" And he's looking at the building. What do you do?
As boy, Quentin looks at Perrin. Root into that child's mind and tells me who the hell Pollux is.
In a moment, and first I step forward, just wiping my hand in front of his eyes, hopefully wiping away his anguish, giving us some more time.
So if there is any willpower test, he fails it. So I'm going to say yes.
Yep,
You managed
and
to
I
delete the
will
last.
try and read his mind for whoever Pollux is.
Okay. What spell are you using? Or what build?
Telepathic link in just a moment. There it goes.
Llewellyn holds up her book to Quentin, and it's just like these cryptic markings that make probably no sense to you at all. She's like, "Look here, if my calculations are correct, and they almost always are, this is the location upon which all of the psychers have been banished. Odds are, with greater than 95% accuracy, that any we encounter here will be of psychic origin, and therefore, being unsanctioned, are witches, and should be put down."
Inspiration point. Love it.
At this point, Quentin just cocks his head over at Llewellyn. Now, who's the most senior authority right here?
The Emperor.
No,
That
right
is a
in
good
front of
point,
you.
but if you're wanting senior right here, I think that I'm all your senior. And I point
No,
towards my grey hair.
GM, has Elizabeth has scaled the outer wall now, and has entered
Yes.
one of the rooms
Yeah.
through the window. Whilst Tetricus is climbing the line, Elizabeth just let loose a loud whistle at the other guys, at the other group. "Hey, you fuggers! Found a door," and then sort of disappears into the window.
That's cool.
Looking at the building, you see
Good luck.
Lisbeth's face suddenly disappear behind the wall into the dark building.
God damn that goddamn dog. And at this point, he looks at Llewellyn and just points a finger. And he goes, "Listen,
Go with them.
I am the most senior person on this team. And next time, we decide things together, not alone." And at that point, he just looks at everyone. "Now, this boy ain't gonna tell us anything more unless Perrin over here has found out something. So, as much as I hate following the whiff of a dog, we might as well follow."
The little boy comes to his own and he wakes up. And he sort of clutches at your feet again, Ross. And he looks up and goes, "Mommy?"
Lulin responds behind Quentin's back. In all matters of mission, I bow to you as the superior authority, but in all matters of religion, you should be bowing to me. And this falls under that category.
Oh,
Give me a moment to ascertain if he's telling the truth about any powers first.
As you pierce into his mind, what do you try to reach? What are you reading?
I try to reach information about this Pollux and what he's trying to do, as that is what is most important.
As soon as you do
Secondarily,
that, you close your eyes, you see a twisting corridor, a house, someone being pulled out. You see flying machines in the air. It's extremely naive and simplistic. They're flying through the clouds, being dropped into a dark room. You see him sitting in the corner crying, and he's sort of writhing around in pain, as his larger brother is standing by the door, pounding on the door, looking through the window. He's looking at someone walking outside, and he is trying to scream at them, but his voice doesn't carry. After a while, you see the larger boy sort of turn around, and you see his face morph. He's angry, he's walking back and forth, pacing, and you see him sort of grow different shapes, colors, and suddenly the door blasts open, and he walks out, and you just hear the screams of several men in the corridors. Pollux is his twin brother, and the little boy on the ground is named Castor.
oh, I thought it would be named Pollux.
His brother is Pollux, and his
Yeah.
name is Castor.
Does Castor seem to have noticed anything that he himself changes about his surroundings with his reactions emotionally?
No.
No.
From the little insights that you got, you can do any lore check dealing with psychers. Excellent. The warp. So, the little kid on the ground, you can tell that he was trapped here with his twin brother. And he doesn't have any abilities, but his brother does.
Mm.
And his brother has been protecting him.
As I
You know-
rummage through his memories, do I feel any sort of presence of his brother through that?
In his memories?
In his mind, rather.
Oh yes.
Another telepathic connection, if you will.
Pollux is extremely strong in his mind.
Well, I think the question is like, is it an active presence? Is Pollux physically in his mind now psychically, or is it just a case that he's on his brother's mind?
Can he feel his brother's anguish, essentially?
A little unclear question. Can you describe mechanically in the game what you were seeking, what you were wondering?
It was more as on a fluff sense, since I'm feeling his mind, if I would feel any other connections to that mind. Actual psychic connections.
Through his mind, if you could like reach out and feel Pollux. No,
Yeah.
absolutely not.
Great. I think he spoke the truth, Llewellyn, Quentin. He does not seem to have powers himself, but his twin brother does seem quite twisted from what little I've been able to see.
Lulin just turns off her chain blade and sheathes it back at her waist, and she says, "Sufficient then. We
In your
shall seek
face,
out-
heretic!
Quentin raises his hand to calm down Ross, and he just looks over
I'm
Llewellyn
sitting
and he goes,
near the child, basically holding him still.
now, hopefully you've learned your lesson. And he looks over at Ross and he goes, Kit Kat, you deal with the kid. We're bringing him with us. Now,
Alright.
everyone, let's move out. Follow after the goddamn dog. And after that,
Shall we give him a ration or something? He seems quite starved.
Yep, we should.
He will most likely vomit that up. I suggest a small bit of bread.
That
As
is a very good
Quentin
thought.
just shrugs and allows the others to deal with the boys, he hoists himself up to follow after Lisbeth and Tetricus.
You people, I'm not very athletic. You don't mind helping me up this lasted rope, right? And I start walking towards
Okay, so you all
wherever.
walk
There's like some
Wait.
cricket noises greeting
You're
you.
leaving? You're all leaving? You're leaving me here?
Oh,
Okay,
you,
wait
you
in the
seem to have
car.
it well in hand.
Just put the ball on your goddamn shoulders and take him up with you.
Ha.
He's quite large.
uh,
He's maybe like 14 years old.
Oh, he's 14 years old.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just lead him to
alright.
the car for now and
Well,
give him
no,
one
no,
of
no.
our rations.
Wipe that away. Quentin walks over to the boy and he just kind of looks down and goes, "Well, why don't you come with us and help us through here? We're here to help you. You see, boy. We're not here to hurt you."
He sort of whimpers. Mommy? And he again clutches
Your
his
mom
leg.
is gonna come with us. Yeah, so why don't you just follow, huh?
Ross, he's sort of just holding your leg as he looks up and he says, Pollock says we're getting close to the new age where everyone will learn to appreciate each other and the soulless one will serve us. Then we can meet the Creator.
The
That's
what
sweet,
one?
honey.
Don't let them go.
This
You can't let them kill him.
We're not going to kill anyone.
They're going to kill him. They have guns.
I'm looking back at the party. Are you going to shoot someone in haste like you tried right now?
Quentin is standing right next to Ross and he just looks at her and he goes, "Can you stop trying to listen to whatever this boy is going on about? He's clearly distressed. Now, son,
I think he's an expert in this place.
we ain't gonna hurt anybody, but we just gotta find out what's going on here so we can help, you see? So, why don't you come with us so we can help you? The guns ain't for good people like you see? They're for the bad people. Just in case any bad people turn up. But you're not bad, are you?
He starts
So-
shaking his head. In terms of, no, there are no bad people in there.
Well, help us just look and make sure. See?
He starts sort of walking up, but his legs are weak and sort of collapse under him, and he falls down on his knees. You can hear the gravel sort of fall over, and he sort of tries to drag himself towards the building. No! And he's holding a hand stretched out.
Can Quentin attempt to charm him?
Can you charm the exhaustion out of him?
You can do that. You can try to get closer to him. What do you say?
Oh, well. Yeah, so Quentin, I mean, he's kind of just saying what he just said. So, he kind of helps the boy up to his feet. And, he pulls out a piece of the bread that people were talking about from his backpack and offers it out to him. Now listen, boy. We're here to help, you see? But we don't know this place like you do. So you gotta help us find the people that we need to help, right? So we can give them bread like I just gave you bread. We're only here to do good things for the Emperor, you see? We're only here to help. So come with us so that we can make sure that we help in the best way possible.
He just starts whining while he's eating, and he's sort of just looking at the building like, no. Maybe he's too weak to get up.
Quentin just lets out a deep breath. He goes, well, I don't think this boy's gonna make it with us.
Yeah, so Elizabeth is currently trying to clear the second floor, making sure that the rest of the guys' egress can make it in quietly.
Walking around, all you see are just wires and data looms, crushed, destroyed, room after room. It is just a bunch of ruins.
I'm assuming that it's dark and no light, no power.
That is correct.
Okay.
The light is coming from the holes in the ceiling.
Okay. So Elizabeth is using her photovisor and has killed her stab light, so she's not producing any light of her own.
At this point, back down on the ground as well, Quentin just kind of pulls Ross aside and he just looks at her. Are you gonna stay and watch the boy?
Alright, don't get killed down there.
Well, one last thing. He drops his voice down to a whisper. You shoot him right in the head if he looks like he's gonna turn on us. You understand that?
Like 14, do you think he gonna stab me to death?
I don't know what sort of psychic link he has with this brother of his or whatever. I'm just saying, when it comes down to it, do the job. And he kind of pats her on the shoulder. Don't worry, Kit Kat. I trust you. And at that point, he just winks and he heads off.
Ross is
Climb up
Yes,
and follow
stunned.
after.
You get an inspiration point.
Did you just flag her for death?
So, going into the building, all of you climb the rope. You have enough time, so you don't need to do any tests. You're not trying to be quiet, so it's fine. Reaching the top floor, you sort of search room after room. It is obvious that at some point, this place has been carpet bombed from the air.
Quentin just lets out a deep breath and he just goes, how the hell do these boys even survive in here? Looks like somebody wanted it gone.
In the memories I saw, both the boys were in a cell in some facility before the other boy, this Pollux, broke through the door in rage with psychic powers. I think that if a rogue psychic could probably survive for quite a while and would also warrant this benevolent treatment from the skies.
During Lisbeth's searches for a route down, had she come across any unexploded ordnance?
Unexploded what?
Ordnance.
Ordnance, yes. That's
So there are-
completely carpet bombed.
No, but has she found any bombs that haven't detonated?
Yes.
So there are. Okay. As Lisbeth's sort of creeping around, and she lights. She takes one of her glow sticks and starts breaking bits off and lighting them, and just placing them near any of the unexploded bombs that she's found, and then whispers on her microbead. We've got live ordnance on cigarette markers. Steer clear of them.
At this
Them up.
point, you hear Quentin's voice kind of float back in, and he goes, "For one goddamn second, can you stop rushing ahead? Just wait. We need to regroup. Stop moving, and we're gonna regroup on you." And at that point, he kind of gestures to everyone to follow.
You just get a curt little laugh from Lisbeth. I'm reconnaissance. I work alone. And then she kills the line and continues down the building.
Awesome.
Goddamn fucking dog! Is all that you hear Quentin just groan as he looks up at everyone else. Well, keep your eyes open and we'll try and follow wherever this goddamn feral beast is taking us.
The building
So-
used to have more floors than this. The ground is just littered in plasteel and broken glass, destroyed data looms.
So while Tetricus had climbed in and is kind of moving with Lisbeth, while she is investigating unexploded ordnance, Tetricus takes that time to look at the ground, look through the debris, and he is making survival rolls to try and see if there are any other footprints. If there are, how many people have been in the vicinity, how old the footprints are. He got 5 successes, 5 degrees of success.
Awesome. Leaning down, you see that 2 men have walked around here together. Close together. They've circled the building many times.
Based upon the debris that is still surviving, is there any way to determine what this building's purpose was?
So, looking through everything, you can do a see if you have any lore skills that could be useful.
Tetricus relays that on the radio, by the way, on the microbead.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, if not, you can just do a general intelligence check.
Do you mean grown men?
I mean, I have
From the looks of things, yeah.
yeah, I have +0 in everything, +10 in Underworld, Cult,
Then
Legend,
you might as well
Heraldry.
do a straight up intelligence check.
Okay.
Lisbeth is going to try and use her innate navigation skills to see if she can work out where the next point of next point of descent would be. So she's going to use navigate surface.
There are stairs leading down to the ground floor. Adora
Okay, she can
starts
just see.
making regular check-ins with Ross to make sure she's back safe with the group before the group moves deeper. Nice. Reisnar, looking around, you take a moment, and you're standing in this room with these particles just sort of floating in the air, being lit up by the very slight sunlight that's reaching through the dark clouds above, that's lighting up the room. And you sort of look at the data looms, and you look at the different rooms there. This room that you're standing in used to be a surveillance room. And the type of surveillance room it is extremely extensive. So they were probably surveillancing both the inside and outside of this building.
Okay. Does it have like a military feel to it?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah.
I believe that this was once some sort of posting station where perhaps prisoners or others were captured and detained, and additionally, there was some sort of planetary defense mechanism stationed here.
Well, that ain't too much of a
Planetarium.
surprise. Quentin kind of just looks over at Llewellyn. Are there any leftover tapes or something that we can have a look over?
Quite possibly, although if any survive, it would be very rare.
Well, we won't know until we look. Connect into the machine if it's still running.
None of the monitors respond.
You ever look around to see if we can find any, if there was anything recorded in some sort of hard format, like a data slate?
Yeah, it's polarized beyond repair.
Damn. Quentin just kind of sighs. Well, if we ain't gonna get anything more from here, I guess we keep moving.
You move further down, and as you reach sort of the lower level, you see that the stairs go down, and at this point all of you see fresh footprints going down another level.
At this point, Quentin is pulling his gun back into his hands, and he looks at the rest of the group.
Just
If
one
we
pair.
The surface floors are bombed beyond anything. Like, every floor is broken. The ceiling is collapsing on several sides of the building, and it's just barely holding up. However, the basement looks untouched. It is just covered in dust.
As Lisbeth discovers the tracks, she'll try and gain some sense of how old they are and in which direction they were moving off in. So she's going to try and track them using survival.
Yes.
At this point, Quentin kind of looks over at the group. If you see anything move, shoot it immediately.
Nice. So all of you hear that over your radio bits, and as you're standing at the stairs, Lisbeth, you lean down and you see that there have been people walking up and down here as recently as today.
Can I garner any information from the tracks apart from that they're recent? Perhaps any clues as to the size of the men and stuff like that. Like, is it just basically just disturbed dust and the Dutch dust?
Basically, the boots of grown men.
And there's 2 sets, right?
Yeah.
So as she begins to very quietly follow the the tracks, she keys her microbead. I've got what looks to be a 2-man patrol moving around the building. Tracks only, recent, probably from today. Following them.
Well, I think we're right by you, aren't we?
Elizabeth's been moving ahead the entire time.
Is it just so I can hear you having fun and not participate? You know, like Ross is sitting on a parking lot bored. It's like hear all the cool stuff and asks boy, "Hey, do you think my friends will get killed if they got captured?"
He looks, sort of turns around very slowly, and it sort of stares at you for a moment. Mom, they're not going to attack Pollux, are they?
Well, I hope they won't.
They need to talk to the Creator. Talk to the Cardinal. He's the one who created Aventine.
The Cardinal? Like the one who ruled the planet?
He's protecting everyone. And Pollux. He used to be a priest in the Ecclesiarchy. Before everyone lost their souls. And lost contact with the warp. He sort of looks back up at you. Now he's protecting my brother. He told me not to talk to anyone. But I know you're not the soulless one. They don't have faces like us.
Huh.
Please tell me that Ross tells it to the rest of the group.
No, doesn't mention a word.
Didn't say a darn thing.
Right, Ross, if you're
I don't
getting
know how
bored
to.
of playing with the kid, you could perhaps edit those videos you had, or show them. Get some entertainment.
Yeah, great. Yeah, so I can just record us having fun with the videos and show the videos on a second camera because I have 2 of them.
So you're just taking selfies now?
Yes,
Have
with
you
my
actually,
new son.
have you actually not informed the group of what he said?
No, I think I can try, but I don't know if Ross can recall everything about that.
Don't mess
So,
the
yeah.
game, guys. You
No,
don't
I'm
know
just
what is
asking if she
happening.
has.
You don't know what's happening. Let's stay in
Okay.
character.
How
Let's stay in character.
how far can Elizabeth follow the tracks?
You
I was gonna
can
say-
follow them all around the building. They're circling the building several times.
At this point,
I can try to
Quentin
relay
hails
at
his...
least a bit of it to you, saying something like, "Boy said, please don't shoot anyone. Something about the soulless ones, and yeah, take care of yourself." And they have contact with a government, I think, with a plan
that's
for
what-
government.
Quentin just kind of like rubs between his brows as he's like half face palming into his hand, and he just kind of goes, "I don't know why the Emperor has challenged me in this way by having to have to listen to this woman all the time."
Remember the angels? Shut up.
And at this point, Quentin is kind of refers to Elizabeth. "Can you just wait a goddamn second so you have some reinforcement before you go chasing everything?"
Ross, you got an expression.
Elizabeth keys the microbead in response. Tell me, what good is it having eyes at the front if you're all clanging around after me, close enough to be heard? I said that you don't get any advanced warning, instead you just walk into the firefight as is.
You
Let
know,
me do what I'm good at.
you know when I see
live.
and hear the sound of your death, I'm gonna thank the Emperor. But he cuts the line this time. And then just gestures to the group to follow after.
Elizabeth is looking for the route to the next level down. Assuming we're on the ground floor now, or the first floor.
Yes.
I'm not sure how
The
you're
stairs
organised.
leading down. You haven't ascended them yet. You're just standing on top of the stairs, on the ground floor,
So there's stairs further down from the ground floor,
Yeah.
the basement.
leading to the basement.
Elizabeth will start stealthily creeping down the stairs. Her light still off, using just a photo.
As soon as you turn around the corner, you're sort of flashing a light back and forth.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
You see an ancient.
I'm using the
You see
photovisor.
an ancient coat pad on the right.
Coat pad.
Data pad, whatever. It has,
Code pad. Right. Sorry. Okay.
Yes, a numerical input. Where you can type numbers.
Okay. Elizabeth keys the Mark Abedin area. Found a way into the basement. Locked, it seems. Code pad. Attempting to unlock it now. She reaches into her pocket and pulls out a multi-key and will attempt to gain access to the inner systems as sort of bypass the data. The
multi-key doesn't work. It is an ancient locking mechanism, and it is very complex.
She clicks the microbead again. Gonna need some technical support down here.
Does the
Oh,
kid
so
have a code?
it sounds like you need to wait for us to catch up with you. Oh, I think that's the sound that I'm hearing.
No, the
Remember
sound you're
not to
hearing is
kill
your
anyone.
own voice. I'm sure.
That is all I'm hearing as well. Ross, could you ask the kid if he has any numbers that are important or such to know?
Will you promise not to kill anyone too hastily?
No.
Too hastily? Always. I will always promise to not kill too hastily. There is no such thing in the Emperor's eyes when it comes to heretics.
At this point, I'm
Okay,
assuming the
then.
group is caught up with Elizabeth.
Oh yes, you're standing right behind Elizabeth.
He looks over at Llewellyn. Well, I think this is your area of expertise.
She steps forward and kind of leans in to inspect the pad, and she gives off this sort of bird-like demeanor as she inspects it carefully. And then she reaches forward and scrapes a little bit of the metal, trying to collect a sampling of what it's made out of. And
do a scholastic lore cryptology. -10.
Oh, I have that.
Oh, very nice.
-10.
-10. Okay. Bam.
There we go.
It's both chemistry and cryptology. Sorry.
Llewellyn, you like you've done this 100 times. You just inspect it, and you immediately know the code of this particular machinery, and you can now treat it as a regular lock and do a security test.
So after she inspects it for a little bit, then she pushes some of the numbers and then steps back, thinking for a moment. She pulls out her book and then writes down the code in her own cipher that she's made and shuts it. And then she turns over to Elizabeth and she holds out her hand, absent-mindedly, not even looking at her, just holds out her hand as if expecting something.
Elizabeth just looks at her outstretched palm and just
High five.
do you want something from me?
Oh, sorry. You have a multi-key? Yes?
Elizabeth just flips around at her fingers a few times before putting it in her hand. A little bit like how a street artist would twirl a butterfly knife before putting it away. So she sort of spins it around her fingers and then puts it in her hand. Be careful with that. Like that.
Lula nods, and she takes the multi-key, and as if she actually is quite familiar with the tool, she applies it to, pulls out the correct tools to apply to the lock itself, and matches that in time with typing the numbers, and attempts to open the door. Roll security.
There's no sound as you're pressing the different keys, but as soon as you finish, you hear a slight little mechanism in the door, and then it automatically opens, stopping by the side of the wall. The inside.
She kind of gets this big smile on her face, and she's like, "That was quite an interesting puzzle. It wasn't too difficult, though. And she hands the security key back to Elizabeth and says, "Thank you."
Inspiration points. You look inside. It is completely sterile and clean. There are metal surfaces and a catwalk leading down.
Quentin kind of just jabs the butt of his plasma gun into Elizabeth's back. Well, go on then, dog. You like to sniff ahead, don't you?
Lisbeth sort of turns to face Quentin with her back toward the door, gives a theatrical bow before looking back up and just blowing him a kiss before spinning around and entering the door
as
quietly.
soon as she blows the kiss and very gallantly walks through the door, Lisbeth, do up willpower tests.
Here we go. Fail.
Minus 20.
Oh, Jesus.
Christ. Alright, guys, let's pray for a 1.
Woof woof.
How important is this test, GM?
He can't tell you that.
I'm going to be a total asshole and not tell you.
Alright, I will use my inspiration point to see if I can improve that 45. Because I imagine that if I can improve in any way, shape, or form, that'd be good. No.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Okay.
Lisbeth, as
Hit
soon as
me.
you pass through the door, you smell this gravel, almost sulfur smell. Suddenly, you see a silver string from your forehead, and you try to grab it instinctively. Your hand flows through it. Suddenly, the silver string spirals into the floor, and then into the ceiling. As you close your eyes and open them again, you're standing in a large hall with crystal chandeliers and marble staircase leading to a big door. Somehow, you know that something big is going to happen in the middle of the room. What do you do?
Do I still have all? Am I as I was when I closed my eyes?
Yep.
Okay. Elizabeth will. I will bring her las rifle up to her shoulder, thumb the charge catch, and begin charging up a powered shot from her rifle. But she won't raise the weapon. She'll just hold it at the ready to just snap it at anything that happens to enter or appear.
As you're charging your weapon, you suddenly see endless halls of crystal and spheres spinning around. You're transported away from the place you were standing. You see a large figure. It looks like the Xeno that you fought on Kul. He is standing in front of you. He opens his palm, the palm of his hand, and out of the palm of his hand you see a hologram, and it sort of reflects on his face and your face as you're standing in front of each other. In the hologram you see a palace which becomes real. You're suddenly pulled towards it and you lose all your powers. You feel weak and you land on a marble staircase. Looking up, you realize that you're on the planet of Askellon called Juno.
How do I? Is this information just appearing in my mind, or
it is
am I?
something you know as if you're in a dream.
Okay.
Just as you look up, you see the governor's palace majestically appearing before you. It starts leaking blood from every window and staircase. The blood flows down towards you, and you know that when it reaches you, it's going to corrupt you. Every crevice is bleeding.
Lisbeth, through gritted teeth, just hisses, "Enough pictures, witch. Show me you yourself, or leave me be."
You become completely numb, the hair stand on your body. Suddenly you see blood-splattered symbols, claws scratching across your face, as if you found the one that's assaulting you. And you just feel prickles all over your body. The walls start to twist. You see horrible sights. What do you instinctively do? Where is your mind right now? Do you run away?
No. Lisbeth it just rolls her shoulders once, brings up her in her mind. She's just like loosening herself up, and brings up her rifle to her eyeline and just goes, Come on then. Show me what you've got.
You're suddenly standing in the middle of the palace. You're looking up at this majestic floor. You see chandeliers everywhere, long marble hallways, painted beautifully. The balcony gates open, and suddenly you see massive crowds in front of you. Do a willpower test.
All right. Any modifiers in this one,
Plus-
or just?
plus 10. Plus 10.
Oh, plus 10. Okay.
Oh!
Don't get too excited, Bro.
I mean, it is you rolling. Well,
No.
Okay. Suddenly you're pulled out of the dream, and it's as if you're about to see a special moment. The sort of balcony doors open, you see this grand crowd, you're about to greet them, and you're about to see the face that you're standing behind. You're standing behind someone who's walking up to the crowd. And just as you approach, you're pulled back, and you see this spiraling, almost like a spaceship in space, and then you're sort of flowing back from it, and then you snap out of it. And you stand before everyone else. Suddenly you're sort of, you lose your feet underneath you, and you're sort of leaning on the side of the catwalk, just breathing heavily.
Lisbeth just
Tough
sort of,
door, I take it.
Lisbeth just gives you a headed look, hooded-eyed look. Sorry, just sort of looking. Her face is partially downturned, her eyes just glaring at you. Oh, such sights I've seen. She puts her one hand to her head, as if like it's just spinning from too much alcohol. Tell you what, whatever was on that door, gave me one hell of a ride. Better than any drug round mistake I've ever had. Tell me, does Juno have anything to do with any one planet? Think I was there.
Quentin has his gun raised at this point, and he's got a dead look in his eyes as he stares over at Elizabeth, and he doesn't turn around but just speaks out to Perrin. Now you gotta tell me that she's still okay to be in front of us, 'cause I ain't trusting anyone that just said they went through a trip.
Suddenly, Lisbeth, you see, almost like you're seasick, you're in a tight corridor. It's an alien ship. You immediately recognize it. You see the same Xeno that you saw, that you fought, and you see them sort of walking down the corridor, and you find yourself on the ship, and you sort of try to escape, and then you suddenly snap back. It just happens in a second. Every once in a while you can hear their voices in your head.
Elizabeth sort of just sways a little unsteadily, head in her forehead in her hand. There we go. Get the words out. If I shout suddenly, Xenos bastard, don't stand
Perrin?
in front of my gun.
Yeah, give me a moment, and I slowly start to pull out my own gun as I start peering into the mind of Lisbeth to make sure that it's still Lisbeth.
As soon as you do, you're overwhelmed with pictures. You see the same alien ship. It is long with sort of roundish shapes. It is glittering with blue and yellow. And as you're inside of it, you see strange shapes, glowing spheres, and these long humanoid figures walking through the corridors, almost like a nightmare. And again, it's like flashes in his mind. Almost like there's a hole in his mind that's leaking.
That's unpleasant.
Her mind.
Yeah. You know, Mind Thief, I don't like people being in my head. And something's in my head now alongside you, and I'm not particularly happy about it.
Perhaps you should step back over that threshold.
I'm gonna make whoever's doing this pay. And then she turns around and starts stalking down the corridor that she just entered.
I turn to Quentin, nodding gravely, and speak to him. It seems to still be her, but there is something leaking into her mind.
If anyone sees her about to pull a trigger, don't be afraid to kill her first. Is what Quentin says. And he looks at everyone. Now, steal your mind, think of the Emperor. And God help, well, the Emperor help us all. As he kind of follows after Lisbeth, keeping his gun squarely pointed at her back the whole time.
Upon seeing this scene, Lulin pulls out her rebreather and attaches it as a precaution, and then, of course, gets her flamer ready to annihilate yet another comrade.
What?
So yeah, Lisbeth, she's not being overly quiet. She's moving at speed, but she's still trying to keep her feet light, so that she doesn't give too much warning as to anyone that's ahead of her. In fact, she grabs her inhaler and just thinks, "Oh, I'm gonna kill whoever I find," and just takes a huge dose of slort as she begins moving even faster.
Yep. These spiraling images and this corridor keeps appearing in your mind, Lisbeth, as you're walking down the corridor. You all sort of walk down the catwalk, and there's water running underneath you. You can hear it, you can't see it. It's too dark, somewhere way beneath you. The walls here are sort of cavernous rock, and as you walk further down the catwalk, you see a large machine that's working. Do you want to do any kind of lore checks to see what it is?
Yeah. What type of law?
That is up to you. You can
As
do
we're
general
stepping
intelligence
in,
if you want.
do I feel any psychic presence from the area of the machine?
Do
It's a
intelligence
large
test.
machine, you said?
Yes, huge. It covers the wall, maybe 20 meters in diameter.
Does it have gears and pistons kind of machine? Or is it like a solid box?
No, it's completely encased, but it's making noise, so there are some mechanical parts to it.
Okay. Let's
Quentin
see.
just kind of squints at it and just kind of shrugs. Oh, goddamn! I swear I'm just finding new things every single moment of the day.
Perrin, you try to...
Oh, is it Archaeotech?
Do an Archaeotech test.
Submit. Ew. I want to use my inspiration.
Okay.
Actually, I want to just auto-succeed for a fate point.
Okay, nice. So yes, this is indeed an old machinery. It seems to have been used to sort of make this foolproof. And it's running on an energy source far beneath the Earth. Probably more than 100 meters down. And it is extremely reliable, and it's going to run pretty much forever. And it is...
So it's not made by the Mechanicum then?
It's actually just a plugged core.
You don't actually recognize this. It's just ancient, strange technology. You've never seen anything like this before. And sort of looking over it, you realize that it must be powering something absolutely massive.
Does it look like Xenos?
It could very well be... well, it is almost certainly heretical. Yeah.
Quentin just takes a deep breath.
Lulin, upon seeing the machine, she kind of just walks up to it and hugs it, just presses her cheek to it and listens intently.
Jericho, as you sort of step up to the machine, you can't remember anything about this type of machinery.
Quentin looks over the well. Document all you can about this device, just in case. We need to
Magnificent.
use it as evidence.
Such technology.
Oh, goddamn, don't hub the thing, just record any information about it.
She has flushed cheeks and this look of ecstasy on her face.
Levelin.
She lovingly pets the machine.
As you walk up to it, you see sort of a mechanical input made of levers, and it is a series of levers that sort of complement each other and create various rituals. And you know how to operate these. There is an elevator next to the machine. It is out of use, out of power. It is not powered.
But the machine could power it.
Yep.
Okay. After she gets over her lady boner of the machine, she walks over to the levers and seemingly, like, slightly reverently, she begins to like operate them. And so to the, I guess, the untrained eye, it almost is like, it looks like she's playing with the machine, perhaps to disastrous consequences. And but you know, she knows exactly what she's doing, and she essentially routes some of the power of this giant generator to the elevator, and then I guess opens the elevator shaft to reveal it as well.
As soon as you touch the machinery, you feel something grasp your hand. Again, you're standing on a catwalk. There's sort of a cavernous, just a free fall next to it. It's just dark. And as soon as you feel that, you look down and you see this hideous, mutant-looking beast looking up at you. And it claws at your feet. Roll for
Can
initiative.
the rest of us see you?
Yep.
Oh, Quentin just raises his gun immediately. What in the heavens is that? Llewellyn, move back!
And the two of you can roll for initiative.
Oh, okay. Shit, what have I pulled myself into? Do.
Lisbeth is not involved. She is she has moved off quite a way. Off. She's storming down that corridor. She's an angry bitch right now. Angry bitch.
Awesome. Alright, guys. What do you get?
6 and 5.
6.
6 and a 5.
5.
That means that I go first.
Uh.
So, this horrible creature suddenly jumps up to the platform and is standing next to you. It is clawing out. It looks like a human that has just been laying in toxic waste for years. Just
The
rotting
Toxic
flesh.
Avenger.
Yes, exactly. And he tries to bite you. And
Roar.
fails
Llewellyn,
horribly.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, so he's just trying to reach your foot level in, and you can feel his teeth sort of just sliding up on your armor, and you just hear this horrible. Your turn.
Llewellyn just upon is kind of distracted, and so upon seeing that this creature come up out of nowhere, she kind of just gasps, and then immediately just picks up her boot and just kicks straight for just slams her boot down into its face, trying to kick it off of the platform.
Nice. It's already up on the platform. It moved quicker than you could react. But you can try to move it, push it off, basically.
Yeah.
By the way, this scene looks like a horror movie or like Resident Evil. It's just like lumen globes, flashlights, everything is pitch black, and this horrible monster appears. And
So is it next to her in full height then?
Right next to you, yeah.
Oh, in that case, she would just just bring her flamer to bear. There's no reason not to, right? There's no one behind, right?
Nope.
Yeah. She's just going to. As she leaps back, she pulls her flamer up off of the strap around her chest, and just points it directly at him with this grimace on her face. She takes a step back with her left foot, bracing herself as this gout of flaming chemicals just engulfs the creature in its entirety. The hiss and scream of the creature's flesh begins to melt, hopefully. Yeah. So it dodges? Question mark.
It dodges question mark.
Yeah.
Actually, let me do a little thing here. Yeah, no, it's fine. Okay. So it fails to dodge. What happens?
All right. So, so the flames engulf the creature completely. It along the torso, it wraps around it, and whatever sort of hard skin it may have begins to just melt and slough off. The flames themselves light the creature on fire, and it quickly gets creeps up its entire body as these toxic fumes assault its senses as well. So that's 9 for the acid damage, 5 for the flame damage, and 8 for the toxic. And it's a fortitude save minus 10 for the toxic damage.
Awesome. Yeah, no, you scorch it completely, and it's just standing there. As you start to burn it, you see that its blood is almost green, yellowish, and it looks to be sort of defective, and it's lighting up even more dark. This thing is far from home. And it's the rest of you guys' turn.
She screams out. Loudly. Purge this creature!
Nice.
Well, I'm right on it, Quentin
Yeah,
kind of
good
says before he pulls up his gun.
I'm gonna say all of you are within 1 movement of level.
Okay,
So
Quentin's right there though, isn't he?
Yeah, so just go in turn, one after another. Go.
Lisbeth, we got some contact, but I think we got it covered, and I will raise my hand to shoot lightning at this fellow.
Well, Quentin took a shot. 15 damage.
Mm-hmm. Oh god. Okay. So the plasma gun goes off. And as soon as you fire the plasma gun, the torso of this creature explodes, and you just see this giant puff of smoke fill the air. All of you are now covered in a miasma centered on a 3-meter radius on this thing. And you need to take... Nope, no tests. You just get a -20 on everything.
What happens if you put on a rebreather?
Let's see.
I had one on earlier.
I would say you're fine.
Yeah, well,
Sweet.
Quentin's gonna... The minute it kind of sprouts out, Quentin just kind of pulls out his rebreather from underneath his shirt and puts it on.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll grab my filtration plugs and plug them in as well.
As soon as that happens, Tetricus, behind you another one appears.
Hulk smash.
Hulk smash?
I think Perrin used
Yeah.
smite on it, technically.
Yeah, Perrin used smite right after Quentin blew up the other one.
Yeah, and it would have been 3 hits to whatever is close, so if that first target disappears, the last 2 would go on that, I guess.
So you shoot it. That is 8 energy damage.
Yes, and another 5, pen 4.
Awesome.
And Lisbeth knows where we are, what's happening. Yep.
That was nice.
Yep.
Oh, nice.
What is that?
That is
But he crushes it.
That's what that is.
So Tetricus turns around, and as he sees Perrin's lightning go off behind him, he swings around with his power fist and just this backhand and takes the creature right in the face.
It's that. What does it look like when you kill it?
Given that he just hit it with a power fist, it probably explodes.
Yeah. You just take off the head, and the spinal cord sort of goes with it, and it just flies off into the pit beneath you. The rest of the flesh just falls down, and this acidic air just slowly rises.
I got one.
you You sure did. Good work. And I'll take a step away from him and the mess.
Very nice.
It's on my shoes.
You're left standing there and get an inspiration point that is. You're left standing there in the smoke, and you have minus 20 on whatever checks for a little while. It lasts for 5 rounds, so it's fine. And what do you do?
Quentin kind of just.
Lulin quickly just runs towards the elevator that's now open powered and beckons the others to move into it.
Yeah, following.
Yeah,
Hobbling
Quentin
along
kind
with
of,
my staff.
rushes in. Is Elizabeth still acting strange?
Yeah, every
Well,
once in a
do you
while
mean
she's-
more than usual?
Every once in a while, she's sort of just holding her head and wincing in pain, like she's saying something.
Wait. So hang on. Is this thing opened up? A door or something? Then.
There's an elevator that just got powered.
Okay. Has Elizabeth found anything on her journey down the corridor away from?
Looking around the corridor, there's really just more of this machinery. It is just this massive, looks to be this center of something big underneath the area that you're in.
Quentin waits till everyone's in the elevator and he just looks over at all of them, apart from Elizabeth, who he kind of still keeps his gun somewhat pointed towards. Now, I have a feeling that whatever this Pollux fella is doing, he's down below. I think the child mentioned something about that. Just be on alert and remember that should you feel touched by the warp, it's better to take your own life than turn on one of your comrades.
Ross
He gives
is,
a grim nod.
Yep.
The little boy looks up at you and says, "I'm ready to go back down now. I feel fine."
Okay. Should I go with you?
Yeah, you can come and meet Pollux.
Alright. So I'm leaving the car and going with the boy.
Oh my god. Are you gonna
goes up-
tell?
He goes
Yeah,
up to
I'm
everyone.
telling everyone that I'm probably joining you with the boy. Moving into the building.
No,
Goes up to
no,
the
Kit
huge-
Kat, I have not authorized you to enter the building. Don't bring that boy with you. I don't know what he's gonna do with his brother.
You're gonna have like a... Let's call it. A hostage, if you want.
Did you just say that out loud?
He doesn't know where the hostage is. It's fine.
Okay.
Nice.
Quentin just kind of looks around to the group and he just looks at them. Well, if y'all think you need a hostage in that strange child, we can
Well,
wait
if you-
for her.
If you need me, I can try to... I don't know, ask him for a ride somewhere far away from here. Do you prefer that?
No, please come, but watch out for... Elizabeth seems to have found some patrols. We don't want to get you caught by those, right?
I don't know how to watch out for those. Okay,
Whatever,
so-
if we see your dead corpse, we'll bury you later. And at that point, Quentin just cuts the line. And, turns
You're such
around and
a-
just
Oh, my mom!
activates the elevator.
You're such a warm and caring leader, Quentin.
The
Well,
elevator
I ain't got
starts
time to
screeching.
mess about.
It
Sorry,
slowly descends. All of you sort of feel light for a second, and then you feel it sort of screeching down as it slams into the walls, right and left, and you're sort of shaking for a little moment as you lean on the walls, bracing, and it goes down and down and down.
Good
Ross.
thing we weren't trying to be quiet.
Indeed. Anyone up for a game of cards?
Wait, so no, I'm gonna have to wait for you to go down and then tell empty elevator to go up.
Ross,
Yep.
as the boy walks up to the metal door, he holds up his hand, and the door opens.
Weird.
Come.
Probably his brother is helping him. Okay.
You both step through the door, and he passes a corner, and he's walking further into these dark corridors. Do you follow him?
Do I see something extremely more suspicious than everything around me?
It's a very leading and strange question. I don't know how to answer that.
I just try to see if something can jump scare me and bite my face off first.
So do you see anything
is
strange
about
while you're
to
asking?
bite your face off. At least not imminently.
Okay, great. If it's super dark, should I use the how it's called, the Noctovision of the 40k?
Probably.
Okay, so probably I use it.
You walk through these tight corridors into smaller and smaller rooms. You're in the far corner of this large structure. Remember, it's at least 100 meters wide. And he just brings you into these broken corridors. The ceiling is broken and collapsed. And further in, he's slipping along like a lizard, like he's been here 100 times. And suddenly he appears upon right next to a hole in the ground. And he goes, "Here, I know a shortcut."
I look down the hole. Do I see a bottomless pit?
Nope. It's just basically a 45-degree angle leading down.
I'm afraid I won't survive something like this. I can't do this kind of stuff. Do you have a rope?
No, it's fine. You can just hold the walls. It'll be fine. He disappears down the hole.
Huh. Wait, do I have a rope?
Do you?
I don't know. I don't.
You don't?
I don't. Actually don't.
What do you do? He just...
Do I have a rope in the car?
Probably.
Do I remember my way down from here to the car?
Back? It would take several minutes.
Well, I try to run real quick.
Okay.
I just scream, "Wait a minute! I need a rope!"
Ross running back to the car. You get a rope and you return. When you return, it's completely quiet. You tie the rope to the other end and slowly start to make your way down. You're in a series of corridors that looks to be some kind of maintenance tunnel. And do you just want to keep going down?
Do I hear my son?
You think you can hear something in the far distance. You can hear the echo of footsteps.
So I just scream, "Wait a second!" and go after.
Alright. Going back to the elevator. What do you do? The elevator stops. The doors do not open automatically.
I got a key.
Lulin just tries to like see if there's like a lever or something she can pull to open the door.
Awesome. You easily open the door with the interface. As it opens, you enter a large, rusty storage facility with wires hanging from the ceiling and these strange shapes in the ceiling. You can't really see it yet, but it is absolutely massive. It's like a hangar.
Does there look like there's anything of use, any equipment, any weapons or anything?
Everything looks fairly well maintained. There's no sign of any struggle down here. Metal surfaces, everything is polished. Suddenly you hear a little crackling on one of the sort of voice panels. I don't know how to describe it. It's like a metal with tons of holes in it. I don't know what you call them in English.
Speaker?
Sure, yeah, speaker.
Loudhailer.
Yeah, loudhailer. So suddenly it's like crackling, and then you hear a voice, a faint voice on the speaker. What do you do?
Does it
What's the voice
common?
Say anything?
It is right next to the elevator, and it's too low. You can't really hear it.
I'll put my face up to it.
Yeah, Tetricus does too.
You go right up to it, and you hear, "Hello? Who's there?"
Quentin blinks and he starts looking around the rest of the hangar, and he speaks in a low voice to the rest of the team. "Don't respond to it, could be a trap. Fan out! Search the hangar, see if you find anything suspicious. gestures over to the team as he starts making his own way forward.
Lisbeth, before you sort of slip away from the group, Lisbeth grabs you by the shoulder and just pulls you to one side. Keep seeing fucking creature that attacked us.
What sort of creature
Cool.
would it be?
She's talking to, she's talking low to Quentin. She's not speaking loud enough for everyone else to hear.
Quentin is kind of like, for a moment, just looks a bit startled, and then his brows kind of come together as he grips his gun a little bit tighter, Elizabeth being close to him. And he just looks at her. Now, those sort of visions ain't the thing that somebody walks away from, you see. It ain't real. You understand that you're being infected by something of the warp.
We did, though. We got away from them.
At this
Lost
point,
an arm. Got away from.
listen.
Don't-
I can free you of this mercy, but you ain't gonna ever breathe again if I do.
You know what? I might have to take you off on some. You see me turn? Don't hesitate. He sort of gives you a shove away and then walks off. Begins to look around the room.
Awesome. As you walk further into the room, you sort of... where do you point your light? Where are you looking?
Well, I told everyone to fan out, so perhaps
Are you-
I think everyone's going in every.
Are
in
you
a-
ever looking up? Is anyone looking up?
I would try to fill in every direction in a radius of 92 meters.
Very specific.
Jesus. Well, that's actually not the whole room.
Oh damn. We're in a big room.
It is gigantic. Like I said, this is like a big hangar. It's like...
Yep.
massive.
Quentin kind of takes the lead in the front and kind of walks to the center, and he gestures for everyone to fan out into like a kind of cone shape.
I guess Lulin's just gonna walk along the wall of the room and try to see if there's like any machinery or things or contraptions that are located around the walls.
Levlin, as you sort of look around the walls, you point your light up, and you notice a data loom next to the wall. It is working. It is fully functional. When you sort of point the light up and you follow it up, it suddenly spirals through the air. And not like it's moving, but it's built like this is not natural. It is basically like just reaching further and further up, and then it stretches out into the room, and is connected by wires in directions and ways that humans would never think of.
Are there any like written languages or anything on data looms or along the walls or anything?
You walk up to it and you can activate it. There is just a strange core binary language just flickering constantly on the monitor.
If it's not a language that I already know, can I attempt to decipher it using my trade linguistics?
As soon as you walk up to it, you feel sort of like you're being pulled towards it. It is an unnatural feeling.
Yeah, she goes up to it to, I guess, access the information.
Do a Sinishans test.
Perception. I'm really good at that.
You can roll a 1d5. You take 2 corruption points.
Which I then convert to 2 insanity points.
Oh yeah, you got
Oh,
that.
brilliant.
Yeah, your sister,
As
aren't
soon
you?
as you walk up to it, you just get this immediate headache, and it's almost like a static electricity as you touch it, and you just sort of look away for a second, almost like you're being blinded by it.
At this point,
Kind of like shivers, and you see her make the. I guess anyone who would see her make these kind of jerky movements and then immediately begin praying fervently.
Quentin,
Perrin is seen in the middle of the floor, sitting down, closing his eyes, resting, and perhaps keeping his guard against the ward.
Yeah, sorry, just writing since there was so much dialogue going on.
That's great.
yeah, Quentin kind of looks around and notices Llewellyn acting like a broken robot. And he kind of clears his throat and calls out to her. Are you, doing okay there? What the hell is going on?
This machine, it does not make sense. She kind of like tilts her head awkwardly to the side at an angle. And she doesn't retreat from it. Instead, she's still just trying to wrap her mind around the machine itself.
Oh, for the love of God. At this point, for the love of the Emperor, I should say. At this point, Quentin kind of just makes the sign of the Aquila to himself, and clears his throat again. Move away from that machine. We need to proceed forward. And at that point, he also walks past Perrin and kind of nudges him with his foot. And you get off the goddamn floor. Let's get going.
What? Oh, sorry. Just resting my eyes.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
That's for everybody. You.
Before deciding to leave, she does want to try to activate it one more time.
Okay.
Oh God.
She wants his insanity point. Is
Yeah, she. I need that insanity. You know, there's so many insanity-based talents. I need to get my points up, man.
So you walk up to the machine again.
Yeah. She's trying to understand what it does, I guess, if she can't access it.
Yes. Do the same thing.
Is it cognitions? Like, ugh. I'm not trained in cognitions.
You keep hoping it's going to be a tech use.
Yeah, you want the
No.
corruption. So
Yeah. There we go.
Oh, for the love of Christ.
Surprise, surprise. Same thing happens again.
The same thing happens again. Okay.
1d5.
Llewellyn, what is that
Now
device?
she'll leave it alone now.
1 point.
So you again, you see Llewellyn sort of turn against this machine and then sort of back off, almost like he's jolted with electricity. And then she sort of turns around and then she turns around again after standing there contemplating for a second, and the same reaction again. And then she sort of just backs off.
She's a broken NPC.
Yeah, it's just someone testing the controls in a video game. Like, how do I do?
At this point,
Seeing
Quentin's
if
kind
there's
of
any
voice
fire
gets more visibly angry, and he's like, Llewellyn, I told you to step away from the goddamn machine.
She's like super enamored with this, and she kind of like takes a step back, but still like keeping her eyes on it, and she records her experiences in her own personal language in her journal. So you see her turn around, like she has this book, this large red tome that's covered in like hard plasteel as a casing, and it's raised up in front of her face, so it completely conceals her visage, and her scriptine's hand is just like flying across the pages. She slowly walks towards the sound of Quentin's voice, the robes of her, or the hem of her robe just whispering along the ground.
Once she kind of draws closer, Quentin kind of grabs her by the shoulder and almost to keep her away for a second, and he's looking into her eyes to just make sure that he can see that she's there and with them.
She looks a little wild, and she is, while she's writing, she's quietly, Quentin speaks High Gothic, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so she's quietly whispering some common prayers of salvation in High Gothic, almost as if by rote memory and not so much consciously.
Quentin just kind of almost like takes her by her chin, just so that she's looking directly at him. He's like, now you listen to me. Whatever it is you felt, whatever it is that touched you, cast it away now in the light of the Emperor. And do not look at things that you don't know what they are.
Wait,
You with me?
Was that not just the machine spirit being angry? I've heard it does that sometimes. It can give you a jolt of pain.
No, this machine was of Xenos origin. I attempted to decipher its meaning, but I was unsuccessful.
Nah.
Just out of curiosity, Jim, do these machines resemble anything that Elizabeth keeps seeing in her visions?
No.
Does this resemble?
Nothing similar to it.
Sorry.
Quentin just kind of gives Llewellyn just a firm squeeze on the shoulder. Now, are you still following the light of the Emperor right now?
More so than ever.
He takes a deep breath and lets it go. Alright. She's okay. Let's keep going.
Out of character, I'm seeing Quentin in like buckled shoes with a tall black hat. You know, a typical Puritan right now.
Right, okay.
It's been 4 minutes since you've said the prayer of the Emperor. Are you sure you're not falling to chaos?
Like, you
As you
transported
walk through the
yourself from
corridor-
Salem.
As you walk through the corridor, we can take a 5-minute break.
Yes.
Yay.
To grab
Just
a
a note to
picture.
everyone, by the way, Quentin already has 5 corruption points, so...
I actually think you're probably the most corrupt of us, aren't you?
Yeah, it's because when we had the Psyker last from, like, way early on, who just kept casting psychic shit all the time and causing all sorts of fucking shit to happen. I think that's where I got my
that's
corruption points
favorite
from.
type.
Oh,
so
you mean the Psyker from the Escape from the Eldar?
Yeah.
I was
He
dead
used to
by that.
basically push himself, like, every time. And so we always had mundane horrors and stuff from the warp manifesting.
Oh.
He kept himself alive though as a result.
Yeah. I'm just looking at the corruption track and it says 100 plus damned. Only in death can your soul be redeemed. Characters removed from play. Damn. How do you even get to 100?
A lot of phenomena.
You try to drive a Bane Blade or something that's been corrupted by chaos.
I would attempt that. Can we play?
You would
You
attempt it.
literally get, like, inducted as a member of Chaos or something.
Yeah.
Chaos Prince comes and freaking steals your soul.
Well, can't you gain corruption from just being in the presence of chaotic artifacts? So suppose you just
Yeah.
spend
Yeah.
too long, like trying to decipher some sort of chaotic statue or something. Then I imagine you probably go insane before you reach 100 corruption. That's generally what happens. I find, at least in the lore.
They kind of run
I
hand in
haven't
hand.
got any insanity points though. I've just got corruption. Quentin can't get insanity points because he's already insane. I'm teasing, but... Oh, you can remove insanity though.
Yeah, you can,
You can spend XP, yeah.
because it's rather debilitating after a while. So
Yeah.
they need a way to remove it. Apart from say
How
like
much insanity does Llewellyn have right now?
3.
3.
Oh, you're okay.
What's the threshold for the first ability you can
10.
you need?
10.
No, for the sisterhood abilities.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's 10.
Oh, okay.
Really?
Yeah. Makes
Okay.
sense. Well, that's when you get your first mental trauma.
True. Now I'm just thinking of that poor bastard who saw the demon host.
I was looking for that meme. the crazy girlfriend face is the best part. Just slap it on the librarian.
To be fair, like, I keep forgetting to say the Emperor instead of God. Every now and again.
Just say God Emperor.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, the funny thing is that sometimes the Inquisition's willing to accept other variants on it if like a planet's, like say for example a planet worships the sun or something. They'll just say, "Oh yeah, that's just a facet of the Emperor," and be done with it.
That's very diplomatic.
Well,
Yeah, that's why there's so many variations of the Imperial cult.
yeah, it's because they're like, well, we can't exterminate it. Well, I'm sure there are some Inquisitors who are just like, yeah, we can exterminate us everything. I'd like that. Just go from planet to planet going, you're dead. You're dead.
I'd love to see
You're
someone
dead.
end up terminally insane. That's pretty funny. Your service will be remembered.
You could always ask if you do go, like, if you do start suffering some mental traumas and stuff. You could always ask to be posted to a paradise
Pet-to-me.
world for a little bit.
Well, I'm
Just to-
actually.
Just to get
Wait.
some
So-
R&R.
You are removing your insanity points by taking a vacation.
Oh, that's how most people do it.
But
Okay.
I might
In
ask
reality.
Morton. I might ask Morton if Elizabeth is going to slowly start gaining insanity.
It's possible.
I mean, she kind of already seems a little bit unhinged.
But you go change her nickname from Dog to Mad Dog.
What? She actually gained a little bit of his respect a second ago, so.
Oh yeah, she's a loyal Imperial Guardsman, even if she's a bit spiky around the edges.
Bit's fucking spiky, Jesus.
Alright, Emperor's Guidance. As a free action, requires 25 insanity. You can spend a fate point to increase the penetration of your weapon by your insanity bonus.
So 2.
Yeah, Furious Zeal, Insanity 10, and Hatred. This character adds their insanity bonus to any damage that she inflicts against with melee attacks against targets included in one or more of her hatred talents. Insanity 20. As a free action, this character may spend a fate point to gain additional armor points on every location equal to your insanity bonus until the end of
Oh,
your turn.
Jesus Christ.
What?
You're so insane that you get armor? What?
You're so insane.
Yeah.
You become a little
It's called
tank.
Spirit of the Martyr. The battle sister asks for protection from the Emperor that she might shrug off hideous strikes long enough to bring down justice upon his foes.
So wait, do you not have to keep track of any wounds that you would normally have suffered then? Like after this wears off, aren't you kind of dead? Because
No.
you're not actually. Oh really?
You actually gain
It's
like
mental armor.
divine armor.
Yeah, but that's the thing about mental armor. Mental armor
But it's-
normally is like it's a temporary shield.
Oh,
That
this
one-
one is
Not in
actually
this
magical
case.
force shield.
yeah.
She speaks out in prayer and this grants her seemingly miraculous resistance as bullets ricochet off
Okay.
her armor and mortal blows fall just short.
It's general like Matrix free.
The Emperor likes his
Um,
people insane. And that's what I'm taking from it.
Like every
What's-
chaos god.
Yeah, so you know,
what's the largest amount of insanity points you can have without being unplayable?
99.
99.
Oh yeah,
so-
okay, out of 100, that's when you...
Yeah, well, 100 when you basically die, but I'm assuming that you'd have so many disorders that it'd be like so bad to play the character, just like you constantly freaking out.
Not all disorders actually... I mean, it just depends on your dice rolls for the mental disorders. Some of them aren't so bad.
But I think you can pick some of them if you get a certain divinity. You just get to pick which ones you want.
And also some of them only last a certain number of hours.
Nice.
Fair enough. So yeah, so you could have effectively a bonus of 9 to all locations of your armor.
Yeah, you know.
Do you require a test to do that?
No,
Wait.
you
is
spend a
it
fate
like...
point,
Oh, you spend a fate
okay.
point, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
and it lasts until the end of your next turn. So it's lasts this turn and next turn.
That's kinda like...
Ah, so okay, so that's fair enough.
It's not super. It's not
Yeah,
completely busted.
Yeah.
Just it's just funny that like insanity basically equals more faith that the Emperor will protect them for swords.
Yeah,
Well,
that
that
is
kinda
its own
makes
form
sense.
of insanity.
The fucking
Yeah,
pictures you guys are posting in the chat.
Did you see my
That
picture?
literally scared me. That was creepy as fuck. Okay.
I have another one that's almost just as good. Where's that one at?
Is that
Hold on.
Yeah.
John, Kit,
Hello.
John,
It kills me that you call him John.
Mogadishu,
Yeah, I'm here.
Resnar,
Who
Oh,
knows?
this is
Maybe
the
I
other
have
one.
Grammaticus. You never know.
Adorna.
Very much so.
Yes. Because you enter some tighter corridors and you can do an awareness test.
Yay! Elizabeth's actually good at these.
Everyone can do it.
Is a Synicious test of interest.
It would be in the previous room. I mean, it still is, kind of, but
Yeah, but I completely failed that. I rolled 1
Oh.
before.
that's too bad. So, Quentin,
Boom.
I'm assuming you go first, and Lisbeth as well.
Yep.
As you pass the corner, you're entering these tighter corridors with sort of crates and boxes on the side. This looks very much like a military installation.
Oh,
As you come into these corridors, that are maybe 5-6 meters wide, you see some movement around the corner.
Quentin kind of calls out to the group. I see something down in the corner. Everyone, guns up, eyes open. And he kind of
No need to
slowly
ask
creeps
twice.
towards it.
Medium-sized humanoid. You see the shadow sort of disappearing by the corner. It is watching you, paying attention to you. It has noticed you, 100%.
At this point, Quentin calls out, "Whoever you are, we are here under the sanctity of the Emperor. Show yourself and we will be merciful."
You hear a deep voice. Must not. No.
Show yourself. This is your final warning.
You hear this growling noise as it's eating something.
I believe that we should open fire if we see this creature. Quentin kind of mentions to the group before he hurries forward towards the noise.
Does everyone follow and then walk up to where she is?
Yes. Last gun
Yeah.
is up.
Okay.
Yes.
Then we can move over to the map. Let me know what you see.
White
I
squares?
see white.
And all of our faces.
Yes.
Oh,
Holy
even
crap,
me.
we're huge.
And Ross,
Hello.
you have run through this corridor and appeared in the large room that everyone else was in. And you're now catching up with them.
Oh, god damn it.
Have you seen the boy? Because I've lost him like 5 meters away from me. Sorry, I did a bad job.
Wait, where are you?
I'm right behind you. I'm like actually screaming. I'm not using this.
As you scream, you hear this loud voice in the other room. Rend and tear! And then it appears behind the corner.
Yeah, open
Roll
fire.
initiative.
Okay, Elizabeth is still under the effect of her slaught because. Oh.
By the way, I was just saying while you were gone, GM. Did Elizabeth get any insanity points after going under whatever she's gone under?
Lisbeth?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I think we resolved that in those sessions.
Okay.
Okay, what was that?
I think
So,
her mind was
1d10.
intact. I think she made the fair test.
Hang on.
God,
I
you
don't
guys
see
are rolling
anything.
crit. What's going on here?
No, that's me trying to. Because she
Okay.
technically has.
Don't see the
One,
initiative.
10.
Technically, that's just a 1d10, so. I would have 7 if we keep that 1d10,
Is
or
this the
unless you want me to
turn order
re-roll.
that you currently roll? This is correct.
No, it's not. I was trying to
Okay,
get a
that
proper
was
roll
going to
through,
be
so
this.
I'll roll it properly.
Alright. Everyone roll it properly.
Oh, come on. I rolled properly. I like my roll.
So re-roll.
You can just tell me what your roll was. I'll replace it.
No, I'm
Mine
cool
was 11.
re-rolling.
15.
15.
I was at 4.
Oh, it's the Cardinal.
The card.
Yeah. It's the Cardinal.
Quentin was 11, GM.
11. I'm not seeing everyone here. I'm seeing 3.
I'm pretty sure it's
I-
one of the guys.
I had to roll mine separate, like tradition roll because I've got a +3 to my agility bonus right now. So
Yeah, as I was saying just a moment ago, 4.
4.
ooh,
You
parent.
still need to add your thing to the thing.
You need to. Do you know, GM, you can do that yourself?
Yeah, but that's what I don't want to do.
How do we add? Right. Okay.
You roll and it adds
There
it.
you go.
Yeah, but I had to roll mine differently because of the fact that she's
Yeah,
got
but if I
3.
change it, it's not like popping on the top.
Sure, I'll
still.
just re-roll it and it will be higher. I
You know,
don't
you can
mind.
set up a custom initiative, Carl.
Yeah, I clicked on it by accident before setting up properly. That's why I came out as 1.
This looks good. Let's roll with this.
Yeah.
Wait, this matter's not on the list.
We're missing 2 people.
Right, I'm going to change it from whatever this roll is because that's not what I got. I got 15. There we go.
Actually, I don't know why I wanted
That's
my
okay.
turn.
Technically got 7, Carl.
What to do.
Jericho, we're missing you. I mean, Tetricus.
No, Tetricus is on there. He's at 11.
He is indeed. Well, there we go. Let's see. That should be alright.
Carl, I thought you rolled 7.
Lisbeth?
No, that's
Go.
not my proper roll.
What do you do? By the way, this
That was nice.
creature is just this
Are we in?
huge,
Are we in?
twisted humanoid shape that's almost hovering from the ground. He's a little bit larger than a human. He has weird mutations all over his body, and he's wearing this ecclesiarchy robe, but he just looks completely deformed, almost like an unfinished form. And some of you have seen this before, in the shape of demon hosts.
Okay, by the way, are we in the correct positions right now? Is this where we actually are?
So we can rearrange depending on who wants to go first. And where
Well, Quentin was technically in front.
Yeah,
so go
Quentin
ahead and do
Elizabeth
that.
were in front, so... Are we all
s-
like clustered in this corridor like this? This is... Okay.
Oh, you really want to hug this guy? I mean,
No, I mean,
we
I
moved-
would. We were
We're moving ahead of the
probably-
group.
Did you know
fine,
I
that's
was-
fine.
something like
You
this.
can hug him if you want.
This seems more likely.
Okay, right. Lisbeth just snaps her las rifle up and cracks a half shot off at maximum charge with her las rifle, just yelling this incoherent prayer to the Emperor as she fires. So, half aim. This is point blank, isn't it? Pretty much, right? Okay. Stand attack. That's a hit. And let me just quickly check something, make sure I've got the right information. It's +2, +2. Yep, +2, +2. Okay. Damage. So +2 penetration, +2 damage.
Yes.
So 10 damage, 2 pen.
10 damage to Ben. Okay. You hit it in the
65.
65 in the body. And it sort of just jolts back. You see a little bit, almost like a red cloud appear from his chest. No sound. It didn't seem to affect it that much.
Okay.
Go.
Okay, so we're very past the talking part. Can I shoot past a fucking 3 people?
I don't think you have line of sight.
Yeah,
Well.
we need to stand like here to get line of sight.
I'm gonna say you cannot shoot into that type of packed crowd.
Yeah, exactly. So I don't know. I guess I would just move here and make a half aim, and maybe made it into a full aim next round.
Nice. Nice. The cardinal is going to step up to you. Lisbeth?
Okay.
No? Yeah, that's you.
Yes, that's his
And
best.
he is very intent on giving you a hug. However, he has a strange thing, sort of like a.
I don't want to hear that.
It looks like a tentacle almost.
I really don't want to hear that.
It comes out of his back, and it looks like he wants to try to give you a hug with the tentacle thing.
Oh god.
Elizabeth thanks him for the advance, but we'll have to respectively turn him down.
You sort of hear this deep growling noise. I will devour you. And then he sort of stands over you, and you can tell that this used to be a human at some point. And all of you can do a fair 3 test.
Oof.
Oh fuck.
As
So that's
he
minus 20, right?
Sort of spreads out his arms.
Is it -20 or is it -30?
So a fair 3 is minus 3.
What do you roll for that?
Let me
It's just
double
willpower.
check.
What do you roll for fear?
Willpower.
Willpower.
Yes, this is not good. Because if it's minus 30,
Well, some people are guaranteed to fail.
we've got to pray for
it
the
looks like a
Emperor.
minus 30. No,
Oh.
hold on. No, it's minus 20.
Okay.
Oh my
Minus
god.
20.
Okay, my
Okay,
turn.
pray for the Emperor.
Well,
Ten.
Jesus Christ.
I pass.
I'm gonna use my inspiration point.
Yeah.
Yeah, I used the
Um,
inspiration.
I'm going to use my fate point to automatically pass the test.
Okay.
Oh jeez.
Well,
I have like 5 degrees of failure.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, and Moog just goes, fuck. Tetricus is just like,
Tetricus doesn't give a fuck.
nah,
What?
I don't taste that good.
What is that?
I like how you're just like, what?
Yeah.
You what?
Whoa.
Oh, fuck's sake. Why?
See,
Fear 3?
so
I'm a what?
okay, so this is what you do. Fear test can give you a shock effect if you're in combat. That is, you get a plus 10 for each degree of failure you had. The effect of the shock is on page 287. So that's
Yeah,
the
so
first-
what do
that's
we
the
roll
first
there?
thing you do.
Just a straight D100 or what is it?
Straight off the 100, you get a plus 10 for each degree of failure.
How many
I have a
degrees
table,
failure have I got,
so
GM?
So Carl will take care of the table.
yep. So that's a is that straight
100.
83?
123.
3 for you, Maria.
All right. So 123. Totally overcome. The character screams and vomits uncontrollably for 1d5 rounds. During this time, he can do nothing and drops everything he is holding. Afterward, until the end of the encounter, the character may only take a single half action each turn. So, Ross, how many degrees of failure do you have?
5.
5. So you are 75.
Oh, it's meant to be
75.
30. Whoops.
The character is frozen by terror. He can take no actions until he recovers himself. See shock and snapping out on page 286. After snapping out of it, he makes all tests with a minus 10 penalty the rest of the encounter. Maria, so you
I know
roll-
mine. It's panic grips the character. He must flee the source of his fear if able as fast as he can. If prevented from doing so, he can only take half actions and minus 20 for each test. Once he's away from danger, he must successfully snap out of it. I think he can run away.
That's for 92?
Yeah, that's for 92, yes.
Okay.
Perrin, what was your roll for? 1d5. The d5. Oh, for the amount of time you're overtaking, yeah. So
Oh,
yeah,
yeah.
you are screaming and vomiting uncontrollably for 5 rounds.
Yes.
Projectile vomiting.
After that, you can only
Spinning
make
around.
half actions until the end of the encounter.
Fucking love this effect.
Anyone else- did
Right,
anyone
I
else
have
fail?
hoved trauma or shock. I actually have hoved because of my background.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Nice, nice.
So, wait, I have to run as far as I can, right?
Yeah.
So I have to run
Away.
18 meters away?
You can run where I came from, so like there.
That's not 18 meters away.
Yeah, but that's indefinitely away.
So wait, hang on. Sorry,
It's back to the car.
Perrin, did you say that you halved the shock time, or what? Did you say?
I hoved. Oh god, I'll check the source.
Check it, just so otherwise this could change.
Are these
the
distances
result
correct?
rolled.
Jen?
Let me see. Yeah, looks right.
18. Okay, so. I guess Quentin's
be-
just going to run back into the. Into
so
where we
now-
were before.
Gotcha.
Yeah, there's like
Does everyone
faint
know the
sound of
effects?
breathing
Does everyone know
engine.
the shock things?
No, just halving duration. So yeah, 3
So,
rounds.
3 rounds. Okay.
Yeah, excellent.
So
Can we also go to the snapping
Okay.
out of it because at least few people have
In
it.
addition, you get those who fail get a 1d5 corruption points.
Okay.
1d5 corruption.
Oh, that's nice at least.
Please not 5, please not 5, please not 5. Oh, thank god.
snapping out of it is you just have to pass a willpower test the next turn.
Fuck.
And once you've done that, you can act normally, unless your shock result means you have limited abilities.
In addition, if you fail the test with 3 degrees of failure or more, you get 1d5 insanity points and fatigue.
Is that
How
for
much fatigue?
snapping out?
You get 1 fatigue.
Okay, it's not too bad.
Like every time.
Insanity,
You'll
here
die
we
from
go.
being nervous.
I mean, it's
Just
better
get a
to be
heart
projectile
attack.
vomiting.
What was that?
GM, since the 18 meters is not actually on the map, can I just plant him there? Is that okay? Does
I
that
think
count?
once you've
Yeah,
broken
just
line of sight.
place
Right?
yourself on the edge. It's no worries.
Great.
Okay.
So at the moment, the only people standing in front of him with any degree of control is Lisbeth,
And Tetricus.
and Tetricus, and Llewellyn, who just went, "You're funny."
Alright,
She's
guys.
pretty nuts.
So when Lisbeth, when the Cardinal says, "I will devour you," Lisbeth just looks at him and just goes, "I wouldn't. I'd give you gas and I'd taste awful."
Nice. Everyone else, describe how you react now in a short sentence. Let's go, Ross. What does it look like?
Oh no, I was about to line a shot, so Ross now is frozen with her sights on an enemy, and that's how she's gonna just stand there for a few rounds.
Baron.
Yeah, I reel backwards and dropping my weapons as I stand, and before keeling over and projectile vomiting all over Tetricus' back.
So now I know he got foul shit on his shoe.
Quentin just kind of the minute he sees the creature, he's just gripped by memories of ancient aliens chasing him, and he just has this feeling in him that he has to run just as he ran then. And he doesn't even say anything, he just turns on his heels and just sprints as fast as he can till sweat is licking down his forehead, until he can just finally not see the creature and not hear it.
Awesome. Yeah. The creature is then going to attack.
Okay,
And it's going to attack you. Lisbeth.
of course. Before you roll though, I did ask you, but you never answered. How much time has elapsed in regards to regaining wounds from the encounter on the bridge?
You had enough time to heal once.
Remind me. I've forgotten how that works.
Whoever has that.
Yes,
I can answer it. So, did we have enough time to do any sort of long-term medical care?
No.
No? Okay. In that case, you regain 2 wounds, and well, it depends on how heavily you are.
I'm currently not critically wounded. I've got 2 wounds left.
So you're heavily wounded, not critically wounded. Okay, so you would gain 3.
Right. Okay. So at least that's 5 as opposed to 2.
And that's with assistance from Llewellyn, you would gain 3.
But aren't we like 2 weeks past this encounter?
It just needs to know if I'd gain it. Okay.
You gain
sorry.
2 per day.
Since you
we
traveled
should-
last time, you've had enough time to heal up. You've traveled for many weeks. So you
Oh,
can
okay.
heal
In that
you can
case,
heal
you're
every
fine.
day as you
Oh.
travel.
Okay, that's fine. Alright, so she's back up to full pack. Good.
You gain 2 wounds every day until you reach lightly wounded, and at that point, Llewellyn could fully heal you.
Okay.
Or if you had long-term medical care at any point, then Llewellyn could fully heal you.
Awesome.
So all of
Alright,
you are
GM,
full
hit me. Hit me.
I will. So he
God,
again,
hit me.
this growling deep voice as this sort of whipping tentacle wraps around you. And
She will attempt to dodge, although her abilities to dodge are
Yeah.
limited. No, she does not dodge.
okay. So it does wrap around you, and it seems to have almost these spikes on it, and it just tears through your armor and into your skin, and you feel this toxic, sort of just this cold liquid running down the inside of your armor, and it's squeezing you really tight. And you can first of all, no, you cannot do that yet.
Okay.
You take 20 rending damage.
Okay, 20 running damage to torso location?
To the torso.
To the torso. Okay.
You are immobilized. You can try to escape with a full action to burst out of the bonds, that is a strength test. Or you can wriggle yourself free, that is an agility test. You
Okay.
can do that on your turn. You are considered helpless until you escape.
Okay.
Then you can do a toughness -10 test.
Do you want to do that now or in my turn?
Right now.
GM, it's just a quick question. The Maxim bolter that we found before, does that act as a heavy bolter, or a storm bolter, or just a bolt gun?
I did tinker with it to make it so that you could fire it personally rather than on a machine.
Right. And so I'm about to pull it out, but I wanted to know what stats it has, basically.
GM, may I use my inspiration point to reroll that test?
Yeah. So remind me, where do you find this Maxim Bolter?
You got it from one of those combat servitors on the bridge encounter.
Yes.
Yeah,
And
no,
you told us-
that's gonna be hard to use at all.
It was modified by
Yes.
Elizabeth
Yeah.
to be usable.
Right.
Because before, basically, it was, you said it was only capable of being used on a vehicle, and then I was able to pass an armorer test to modify it so it could be used by hand.
Right.
Although it would not have been perfectly suited to human use. I stuck a pistol grip on it, maybe.
I can't find the Maxim Bolter.
Yeah, there's no Maxim bolter in the book, so that's why I was asking you. Does it act as a bolt gun, a heavy bolt gun, or a stone bolter?
Right. No, the stats are probably on the creature that I use it on. But let me try and find that creature.
Okay, just so you know, GM, I passed the toughness test with
Okay, there
2
we go.
degrees of success.
Okay, so next one.
As Elizabeth's being crushed by the tentacle, she calls out twice. She's Tetricus, give this guy a nice hug, and I might need a medic after.
Yeah. No. The Maxim Bolter is a basic weapon.
So it's just a bolt gun or a storm bolter?
Yeah, we're more about the damage stats.
Probably just a bolt gun.
It's just a bolter.
Yeah.
Okay.
Reload 2 full. Penetration 4. Do you
2
probably have
full.
the stats?
To be honest, I think we've only got 1 magazine for it anyway.
You do.
Yeah, I do.
However, you have 15 bullets, and it is 1d10 plus 5 explosive damage. And it can only fire for 1 5 bullets.
Better brace yourself for that one.
Interesting.
I'm gonna say, well, you did convert it.
Yeah, it wasn't. It
it's
wouldn't have been
fine.
the perfect conversion.
Cool. So that would be the damage. Have you taken the toughness test?
Yes, I passed with 2 degrees.
Passed. Excellent. So the poison does not take it. Tetricus.
Tetricus moves in and tries to hit with his power fist.
So you can see this horrible creature just taunting you. And then Tetricus just walks, this lumbering hunk of metal and flesh walks up next to it. And
Holy
like it's
shit.
nothing, like he's in a bar brawl, he just punches the demon right in the face.
That's a 10.
Fuck.
Yeah, he crits.
Oh my god.
Straight to the warp.
Roll critical.
That's a 10.
1d5.
So is this energy?
It is energy because it's a power fist.
Okay, find the right page.
And
Oh
5.
my god.
5 crit energy. What location?
Down to 21, that would be the
I think that's the
left arm.
left.
Left arm.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong one. Yeah, left arm.
Okay. Just finding the page now. Do you want to just take the damage while I'm doing that?
Yeah, no, I'm calculating the damage. Jericho, this might be bad. No, okay, you don't watch it. It's close though.
Right. So energy critical arm. Did you say?
Yeah.
Okay. Energy critical arm 5. The attack causes energy to course through the target's arm. He is stunned for 1 round, and the arm is useless until the target receives medical treatment. He loses control of his left arm, basically, and he is stunned for a round.
Okay, he just stands there, helpless.
Yep. So
Everyone else.
Tetricus lumbers over and like reaches out and slaps him and is like right in his shoulder, and he's like, "You will let her go."
Get your hands off my woman, fool!
You slap that demon right in the
Oops.
face.
Well,
You stunned
arm.
the demon with a slap.
Yeah. So as Quentin finally came to his stop of his mad sprint, he just remembers another time where he ran and did nothing but run away. And he realizes in that moment, or hopefully does.
yeah.
find out. I need to roll it first. He does not realize. Jesus Christ.
That's one.
Do I have any inspiration, GM?
You think you got
Yeah,
inspiration?
Cool.
If you
I'll
run
try again.
up to the vehicle, will you run to
Yeah.
the city?
Alright,
Right.
step out of it.
So he realizes he comes to a stop and he realizes this is not the man he is anymore, and he is a leader and he will rise up to this. And he just kind of stops and looks at his hands and he goes, "No, not again! I'm gonna kill that motherfucking creature." And he just spins back around and he rushes back over to the group as if he never left. And kind of just slips back, flushes himself against the wall, and looks over towards where the cardinal is. And he just looks at everyone and goes, "Let's give this motherfucker hell." That's the end of his
Those who
turn.
have any sense.
I'm picturing
So-
you just jogging away, like pretending like nothing, and then someone will take a U-turn and then just come back exactly the same.
Yeah, exactly.
Jogging back, being up against the corner. Level up.
Lulin pulls this ungodly heretical bolter out of her backpack and runs forward. And she jumps and dives onto the sliding underneath the like between the legs on her back with the gun raised, and just lets off 5 ear exploding rounds straight up into the body of this creature. Just bang, 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 trying to kill it quickly. Oh, I was rolling. What happened to my rolls?
Sorry, Llewellyn, are you actually visibly part of the Sisterhood? Like, do you bear their marks?
Yes.
So, someone who is Imperial would recognize you as part of the Adeptus Sororitas.
Yes.
Okay.
Full auto.
So it'd be minus 20 for full auto, right?
Well, it's minus 20 because I don't know how to use it.
Well,
Oh, I still win!
wow.
Yes!
One hit. Nicely done.
clutch.
One hit on the 40. On the 14.
I can. Where's my warrior thing?
Getting close.
Can't I spend a fate point to like succeed for a number of degrees equal to? Let's see. After making a successful attack test, but before determining hits, a warrior character may spend a fate point. It's up to his weapon skill for the degree of success scored.
In the future,
So-
we will not be looking at rules and stuff, but for this time,
Okay. Sorry.
Since it's the
Four.
first time I want
So you extend it to 4 degrees of success, right?
Yes. So 4 bullets.
it. Alright.
Oh, that is
Yeah.
a Hammer Wrath.
You blow it. You fucking blow it away.
Blah,
So
blah,
how
blah,
does
blah,
it
blah.
look when you destroy the card?
Yeah, so she just like shoots this bolter gun straight up into the underside of this and the back, sliding along the ground. The weapon seems to propel her with every shot from the recoil a little bit further away from the demon host. and it just explodes in this gigantically gooey mess. Limbs flying in bone shards flying everywhere, and coating Tetricus, Lisbeth, and Llewellyn in them.
Awesome. You get an inspiration point.
And I think it's out of ammo now.
They only fire 5 shots. You've got 3. You got 2 more
No,
rounds.
I don't think so, because I wrote down that it only had 6 bullets.
Oh.
Yeah.
So you got
So-
1 bullet left.
Yay!
So as the creature kind of goes down, Quentin kind of looks over the corner as Llewellyn literally blows it out the water, and he just kind of strolls up. Still got lines of sweat kind of coming down his brow from all his running, and he just points his plasma gun at it and shoots it a few more times, just spitting out and just going, "Motherfucking piece of crap!" For the love of all that's holy. Right. He takes a deep breath. Clearly the only one needing it. Just
I
kind of
was
looks around and he goes,
so shocked.
"Well, I guess we keep on going."
Lisbeth pulls out her chain blade and just hear the sickening revving and crunching as she cuts her way through the tentacle that's just still, because of the spikes embedded in her arm, and she just pries it off herself and she just holds herself with one arm, just
Llewellyn, I think, and for the first time, he doesn't refer to her as dog. I think, Lisbeth needs some help over there.
Llewellyn's
just
still
weakly. Sorry.
kind of like panting on the ground, just like covered in like blood and gore, holding the smoking barrel of this enormous bolt gun, and she's just like a little stunned at what she had accomplished. Kind of rolls over and attempts to get up, slipping in the gore, falling once more, and then finally getting to her feet. She like looks at her hands that are just completely covered in this stuff, and just kind of like raises her arms up and just shakes them down as you hear the wet splatting sound of all this stuff just hitting the ground around her. And she's like, "I don't think I'm clean enough."
Yeah, look like a
Quentin
right
just-
proper Imperial Guard now.
Quentin just kind of pulls a bottle of water from his backpack, just steps up, splashes it all over Llewellyn's hands, and then just reaches up and removes a smear of the blood kind of from her cheek, and just kind of goes, "Well, you look pretty good to me now, so go on, help her. I don't want her limping around all the time."
So how heavily wounded are you?
I went from 14 to 3.
Oh. Back where we started.
Yeah, slightly better. Slightly.
I think that means I can only 2.
So she's not. She's heavily wounded. I think is.
So it's minus 10. Hold on.
While you're she just helps you peel off her armor so you can get underneath and where the puncture wounds from the spikes have gone in. And she just nods her head over where you've abandoned the bolter on the floor, and just like,
What happens to people
that
who were
suits your
stunned?
sister.
Well, it's only got one more shot remaining. But if we did find more ammo, I wouldn't be opposed to using it. She pulls out her med kit from her belt pouch, and comes over and just looks at your wounds, and then she just sprays some spray flesh on them to close them real quickly, and you regain 2.
Elizabeth sort of grunts in small pain from the effect of the synth flesh as it closes the wounds. She sort of grimaces and gives you a smile. Thank you, sister. I'll never pretend mercies.
She nods her head and a linen bandage to you.
She just sort of wraps it around her, sort of her waist and torso where the wounds were the worst, and sort of braces herself a little bit to hold herself a little bit tighter upright, and reclips the flak armor back on. and stands up a little uneasily. Ah, got a feeling we're not making many good friends this day.
Sure does not seem that way. Perrin steps forward, holding out a half-full bottle of Amasec to you.
Don't offer me something that you can't take back. She's
Quentin, Quentin lights up a low stick as he kind of looks around and he just shrugs. Well, we still have a saint's word that this is where we're meant to be, so I guess we need to purge whatever evil's going on in here. And he looks over at the now kind of completely smudged piece of gore that was whatever the thing's body was. And he kind of lets out a sigh. As much as we hate that goddamn thing, it was probably once a normal being.
Those of you who have it can do Forbidden Lore, Demonology, or anything to do with
Nothing I've got.
Demonology.
or these horrible creatures.
Horrible creatures.
Demonology.
You could probably roll warp for Perrin, no?
That's fine.
Oh, yeah, you did it.
Yeah.
Already did it already.
Oh, heresy.
Anything
demonology.
related to demons. Livelin, you sort of lean down and look at the remains of this thing. From remembering how it moved, you can tell that it wasn't actually finished. That this thing would have been much more powerful.
Oh, I see.
You sort of
So
met
it was
an
mid-transformation.
unfinished incarnation of
Yeah.
whatever creature was trying to take this body. Whatever being.
She remarks, interesting. It appears that we came just in time.
Lisbeth spits at it, spits at what remains of the corpse.
Just in time for what?
Well, this creature was in a sort of metamorphosis stage. At this young stage, it is incomplete and quite a lot less powerful. If we had come later, it would most likely have been fully grown and perhaps would have needed more firepower than what we were able to bring.
Are you saying that there is a demonic presence in this building?
Quite certainly.
God,
As I
Emperor,
said-
help us.
By my
Hey, look-
calculations earlier, this area is most likely completely sewn over to chaos due to the constant exile of the Psychers being sent here, and 90 to 95% of all creatures or beings that we encounter most likely need to be exterminated.
Such things are not meant for our eyes. Sister, burn it.
She pulls out her regular flamer and just
Oh, thank the Lord.
lights it up real good. Not the chemical flame, just the regular one.
So just
Quentin,
have two flamers. One is for living stuff and one is for bodies.
Well, I actually have 3, so we don't talk about it.
Quentin looks over at Perrin and he kind of raises an eyebrow. Are you gonna manage to stay your course down here? Perrin?
Sorry, zoned out. What did you say?
Quentin turned to Perrin and kind of raised an eyebrow at him and said, are you gonna manage to stay your course down here?
Stay my course. Are you worried about me turning?
I'm worried about everyone turning, but your kind even more so.
We might have a vulnerability, but that is also why only the ones that have the will strong enough to serve the Emperor are left to live.
Well then, I guess you should take the lead.
Very well.
And also at this point, Quentin looks over at Kit. Where's the boy?
Ross is still standing, posing with a gun, the way she started off, because she is still like didn't snap out of it. Now she's just lowering it, muttering something like "soulless." And she said, I was running after him, and then I met you. He should pass you."
You haven't seen the boy since you entered the cavern, Ross. You've heard him though.
Captain Huge.
Yes, speaking.
Would you like me to just follow the feeling of warp disturbance as well as I can, or is there any other directive you have?
We have a duty to our Inquisitor and to the Emperor to purge any heresy that we see. So yes, follow any disturbance you find in the warp. You can tell that as he speaks, he's regretting every word that he's saying, as he doesn't want to face what's coming. But he knows it's his duty, and he wishes to follow it. And he kind of gestures at everyone. And if you see that boy, shoot him.
I told you.
53.
On the
Right
nose.
away.
So the moment that Quentin says something about the Inquisitor and the God Emperor, Tetricus, who's never learned what any of us actually do, looks over at Quentin and he's like, "What? Are you with the Inquisition?" And he tips his voice down and is almost like whispering.
Didn't expect that, did you?
Oh,
It's
my
like-
boy.
Being in the God, but better.
Oh, my boy. I'm not just the only one in the Inquisition. You're in the Inquisition now. And he gives him he gives a hearty chuckle, and you kind of pat Straticus on the shoulder before kind of heading up.
I'm in the
Alright.
Inquisition? Yeah!
Well,
Oh,
seeing
no.
this as you know now, maybe you should have this to celebrate as well. I grab another bottle of Amasec out of my bag and give to
How
him.
many? Why are you just
Why is this guy so drunk?
Lisbeth taps Tetricus's bottle with her own bottle. Congrats on the promotion, big guy. Still got some work to do.
Cheers. It's way better than God in a nightclub.
Do be certain to keep that information to yourself. It's quite dangerous.
Oh yeah. I got real good at not saying nothing in the God.
Excellent, Tetricus. We will be counting on you. Now, let's move on, and I'll start walking. Staff in front of me and gun behind.
Yes. As soon as you pass the corner, you see that you're entering a gigantic, almost dome-shaped structure that has been cut into the mountain. And yeah, it's just absolutely massive. And you look up, and all of you sort of join him around the corner. And who's going first?
Perrin.
Perrin? Who's going second?
Perrin. Lisbeth.
Elizabeth.
Yeah, probably like Elizabeth and Tetricus.
So after sort of descending a few stairs, you enter a giant room with strange overhanging walkways and observation posts. You have no idea what this place used to be, but you see massive machines beaming in the distance. The middle of the room is a massive pool of water, and there seems to be some life moving around down there. This doesn't have the feeling of a natural cavern, more like a really, really intricate experiment. Occasionally, the shapes in the water hover to the surface and then sink down again, and you see the bubbles sort of rise up. They look humanoid but slightly deformed. You're standing on the ground near the water.
Is this the only way through?
Everything leads down here. You can do a Sinitians test. Those
Is there any high ground, or are we above? Are we
you're
on
standing
the high
ground
ground?
level. To the right, there's a catwalk leading up to slightly elevated position.
Lisbeth, she will move quietly up to the catwalk and lie down on top of it. We're on the elevated platform. Pull out her magnoculars to try and get a better eye on what is in the water and also what's further down into the cavern.
As you're looking into the room, you again see these shapes and do a Sinitians test. So Perrin, as you look around, you feel the presence of someone in the walls. several floors above you.
I look in that direction.
You see two glowing eyes. You can sort of feel them in your mind as you touch your head. And as you look in that direction, you immediately fix eyes with something moving between
Wait.
very
Sorry.
narrow slits in the wall. And as you're looking at it, it sees you and then disappears behind the wall.
I step up, making sure that Lisbeth's back is guarded, and turn towards the others. We have some sort of company that saw us in the walls. It had glowing eyes.
What?
Not the
Sora?
machine kind.
Suddenly, Ross,
Yes.
you look behind you, and you see a little boy standing there. Mommy, we need to go.
Go where?
Come,
Can we see the boy as well?
it's not safe. So
Okay.
the rest of you are just looking into the room. Ross, you're the only one spotting the boy.
Okay.
GM, I passed the sneakiness test.
No, you didn't.
You
No, I did. It was meant. I added an extra -20, forgetting that it automatically deducts the fact that I don't have the skill trained. So I actually added a -20 to it.
You also see
Fuck.
the eyes moving around.
I'm looking. Okay.
Right.
Okay. Rose had running away on her mind for a long time, so she turns to the party and says, "How confident do you feel in your mission? No one knows we are here. That's a good discovery. We should go and report it somewhere. We can finish destroying this place later."
She ignores the boy.
Yes, I see him. Yes, I can wave at him, but I say to you because I want us all to run away.
We cannot abandon our mission, Quentin says as he looks over at her. We were pointed here by an agent of the God Emperor, and not only that, we have a responsibility to the Inquisition to root out any heresy when and if we see it.
Besides, we wouldn't want to leave my grandson in trouble, right?
I told you we're gonna shoot the boy if we see him.
I
We
wait
shouldn't
there.
die like that.
Quentin just clears his throat and kind of looks at the water.
Okay,
kinda
everyone
takes
seemed
it.
uninterested, so I'll go kill myself following the boy.
Okay.
Well, you didn't tell anyone the boy was there.
You turn around and the boy is sort of run into the shadows.
You want to shoot him? Why would I tell you?
And you turn around, Ross, and you follow him.
Where are you going, Ross?
We don't notice her do it, I think.
Oh yeah, you notice it.
Oh, what? Oh, right. Quentin looks around and he's like, "Hey, Kit Kat, where you going?"
I hope to call someone that we are here, so someone can retrieve your burning, mutated corpses.
That's kind of close to heresy. Quentin grumbles and then he shakes his head. Ignore her. That girl hasn't got a spine and she don't know where to find one. Now, who wants to go into the water first?
Wait. Maybe we could see if there's a way around first.
Well, all the
I wouldn't-
locations led to here.
Oh, you see the
Isn't that what
creatures
the
down
DM
there? I'm
Well,
not
that's-
for swimming in that.
That's who I was trying to magnocular. I was trying to get a better eye on what the creatures were. I assume that's why I was rolling Suniscience.
Excellent.
Did I
The
see?
creatures, they're sort of swimming around in the water. Little closer glance, it doesn't look like water. It's a little too viscous for that, or thick. And you're sort of just looking down at them, slowly moving around in the water. Some of them are moving closer to the edge of the water.
Llewellyn, you have some grasp of lore.
Of course, I know most everything there is
Yes.
to know.
Yes,
You know,
that's
when you
great.
think you know everything, that's when you surely know nothing. Quentin grumbles but just shakes his head.
Yeah, I was thinking that maybe do you want to take a look at that not water? We'll cover you, of course.
course.
She moves up to take a sampling of the water and try and diagnose what it is.
Awesome. You lean down and you see it seems like just normal water. However, it's there seem to be some almost like biological body fluid mixed with it. There's also traces of. Are you using any advanced tools or anything to analyze this? Or
Just a what do you call it? An Auspex scanner.
okay. There are small traces of. Have you been in the Palace City? Have you been sort of walking
The Palace
around?
City?
Yeah.
Yeah, Jericho took me there. Yeah.
Have you probably been to the markets and familiarized with yourself with the drinks and all that?
Yeah.
There are traces of Samasen, which you know is a unique resource to have in town.
It's not the like the moss, water moss stuff, is it?
It is the watery substance that's being extracted from from way below.
That's right. Okay.
The earth. Yeah.
She stands up and turns back and says, "I believe that this is one of the commodities that are exported upon this planet." Samson? Yes.
Well,
Quite valuable.
Quentin looks over at Jericho. What is this substance?
It's something that is harvested from the seafloor, actually, in the southern part of the main continent, or the main island. It's one of the things that the planet exports for trade, and interestingly enough, it's also one of the harvesting locations was actually one of the locations for the keys that Llewellyn and I discovered before we left the capital city.
That's right. So it's one of the locations of the keys. It is also, from talking to vendors in the city, has healing properties, or seems to have almost supernatural qualities, and there's still research on what it can be used for.
At this point, Quentin kind of takes his now empty water bottle after he poured it all over Llewellyn's hands and kind of just scoops up some of the liquid into the bottle.
Yeah. As you scoop it up, it just sort of feels numb on your finger. Just makes you feel numb for a moment, as a little bit drips on your fingers. You feel.
And
like
then he closes up the bottle and he just takes a deep breath. If I remember this correctly, GM, there is no other route, right? It's just here.
Yeah.
Okay. Quentin looks
Elizabeth,
over at the group. Are any of you gonna go down onto this water?
there was a catwalk over it, right?
Not over the water, but
Just around.
Yeah.
Haha, thanks God I'm not around.
Leaders should lead from the front.
Suddenly, all of you see Ross appearing from the hallway. She's walking fast. She has stiff movements. She walks up to you and says, Guys, we should
Yes, what is it, Ross?
go. I found something.
Oh,
What did you find?
Something back I want to show you.
What is it?
She's standing completely emotionless, no expression on her face. Come.
Quentin immediately notices something wrong, considering that he knows his precious Kit Kat only has two expressions on her face: fear and excitement, and he sees neither. Quentin just kind of takes a steady step back. Can I roll scrutiny to see if he notices whether this is a true guise? Whatever.
I'm very sensitive to the warp and have automatic, essentially, solutions if there is something to
Well-
notice.
Do as an initiative. Nope, seems legit.
This is the first time this Ross actually can't.
Quentin suspects something's wrong, and then thinks, "No, this is normal."
Perrin, there is a very strong presence of the warp from this thing in front of you.
What are you? I step forwards, just putting a hand on Quentin's shoulder to make sure he's not stepping too close.
Quentin's Ross steps further into the shadow, sort of backing off from you. Come, I found something.
Quentin looks over at Perrin and just raises an eyebrow. What is it that you think it is? It's Rouse, isn't it?
It feels like the warp.
The warp. His face suddenly changes, and he kind of presses onto the trigger of his gun.
Tell me what you are, and I will
I'm
try and
Ross.
dominate very
I'm your
badly.
friend. Okay, you're gonna
Want me
try
to
Foul
break her?
creature! You take off her guys right now.
You're gonna try dominate?
Failed.
Yeah,
Alright.
I failed.
You failed? Ah. Nothing happens.
Mm.
Ross just
Foul
stands
creature.
Quentin raised. Oh, gone.
Lulin steps forward and says, "I will follow. Lead on."
Quentin Ray looks looks at Llewellyn like she's grown 2 heads, and he just goes, "Didn't you hear, Perrin? There's something wrong about her."
Llewellyn switches to High Gothic and says, "When the creature's back is turned, open fire."
And I answer in turn.
Quentin just
Agreed.
you see him nod, and he's like, but in Low Gothic he says, "I think you're insane. You're crazy. Don't go following that." But he just keeps nodding as he's saying it.
Epic.
Perry
Okay.
just shakes his head at them and
Ross, with the sweet usual appearance, but none of the demeanor, turns around slowly and starts walking down the catwalk.
Quentin
Yeah.
raises his
Flamer.
plasma gun and takes an immediate shot.
Oh, you shot me.
Ross, you get hit. No, I'm just kidding. That'd be so mean. You, of course, burn this thing completely to the ground, and you just hear this shrieking as you see its hand transforming and turning into this green liquid as it melts on the floor. Instantly burned. And then, apparently, you can do willpower.
oh, lovely.
Ooh. Oh, you're the
Is this a
strongest one of
psychic
us.
defense?
Yeah.
Great, so I get to reroll that.
Oh my god! You have 1 job!
Not to be possessed by a demon.
So 2 degrees of failure.
1 degree now.
Can
2
I roll
degrees.
see them up?
2, yeah.
Yeah, so a failure counts as 1, and then.
Oh, I see.
So, hang on. So, were you going up the catwalk towards where Elizabeth was monitoring the people in the water? Is that where you were heading when you fired?
Elizabeth, I'm gonna say you're up there.
Yeah.
And
Okay, just checking.
Ross, you are way up here.
Hang on, all I see is a black screen.
The rest of it looks fine. No, go to the right.
Oh, there we go. There. It's
Okay,
down,
guys.
yeah.
Roll for initiative.
All right. Lisbeth. So,
Am I rolling?
Yes.
I didn't add 6. I got 12.
Okay.
Why is it not
I-
adding the extra? Weird.
Did it.
So, just while we're sorting this out, with the custom initiative, do you just put in your, like, I've put in 1d10 plus 6, but it didn't roll 1d10 plus 6, it just rolled 1d10.
That's odd.
Yeah, it just rolled 1d10. Because I was thinking, I got a 6, I'm thinking, I can't get a 6 on 1d10 plus 6.
No, you can't. And the calculation shown underneath just shows a d10, so.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's not
Oh.
working with the plus.
okay, fair enough.
That's not my actual initiative. I just tried 1d10 plus 20, but it didn't
Yeah.
work.
Okay, well, I'll just remember, whenever I use the slot, just to add 6 to the roll. It's
Okay,
fine.
guys. So who's missing?
Lewin, you might want to change yours back to 12.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
you missed me.
I fixed it.
Sorry, I
Oh
was
no,
daydreaming.
Pollux! Alexis Pollux is here.
Wait, Alexa is here? Alexa is now some robot in the future?
No, Alexis.
Oh.
It's a character.
Sorry,
It's a
go,
character
Jim.
in the Horus Heresy.
There you go.
Alexis Pollux.
All right. So there we have it. Elizabeth, go first.
Okay, I don't see anything.
Nope.
So, Elizabeth, she's gonna hear the shot of the creature dying, and just bring her weapon around to look around the other guys. What in the Emperor's name is going on?
Quentin's also got his. Oh, it's not his turn.
So she's gonna say hold an action, hold a shoot action.
Wait, Elizabeth is a guardswoman, right?
Yes.
Go. We're gonna be a little bit quicker now. And in action, describe
Go.
the characters. Describe the characters.
So, after burning the mess, Llewellyn just makes sure that it's nice and burned and fires off an additional flamer round, just scorching the earth around where it stood previously. And then nodding her head, she turns her back and calls out, "It's handled," to Elizabeth.
Ross.
I don't really know what I'm doing. Is there a boy with me?
You
Why
hear,
am I there?
You hear a flamer go off in the background.
And a plasma gun.
Okay, that's exactly what I expected from people standing near the pond of weird mutated people.
It's very funny. Do you do
Yes.
anything?
Can I do nothing?
Yeah. You just stand there. Enjoy.
Where's the boy? Where's the boy? Where's the boy?
Right next to him.
Okay, and he's also
Is everything
standing?
alright? He's looking over his shoulder. Tetricus, go.
Tetricus is going to. Well, first of all, he doesn't see anything, correct?
Nope.
Okay, so Tetricus is going to pull out his combat shotgun.
Well, I mean, you still see the little floating dudes in the water. By now, I'm
Yeah,
guessing
but
you know about the eyes moving around above you.
yeah, so he's just going to take out his combat shotgun and take up an overwatch position on this open section to the south of him, basically.
Nice.
And if he sees anyone suspicious looking, then he's gonna take a shot.
Awesome. This is the first time I think we've seen Overwatch. Isn't it?
Yeah.
I don't think
Yeah,
they
it
use
is.
Quinn.
Quentin raises his gun and just spins around on the spot trying to aim. Try to see if he could find anything, and not seeing anything, he just holds his gun up and remains like that. Just looking out to the group. Keep your eyes open just in case any more of these aberrations decide to make their appearance.
Nice. Pearl?
Yes, I massage my temple with the stock of my last pistol, and does anything happen from that failed will save?
Yes, indeed. Suddenly, Perrin, I want you to use Dominate on Tetricus.
Ah, sure. That sounds fun.
Oh.
And he's standing within 5 meters, so we get the maximum power.
Oh Jesus Christ! You're gonna pass it for the first time after failing it so many times. Oh!
Oh, yes!
Ow!
Damn it!
The consistent rolls are consistent.
Well,
Nice.
oh, Perrin, you look at Tetricus really intensely for a moment, and they're like, "What the fuck was that?" Just snap out of it. But that is your turn.
That's odd.
And then we are going to do something. So
I always enjoy some things, GM.
flash of lightning appears in the air, and it's just sort of coursing through the air, and it finds its way towards you. Right.
Oh, I God knew it was gonna fucking be. Alright, come on
There
then.
you go.
Come at me,
Almost
bro.
good.
And it's
Apart
like
from-
literally like a lightning striking you down.
Can I dodge?
I don't think you can dodge this.
Faster than lightning.
If it is smite, you can dodge.
It is not smites.
Okay, good.
So let's see. It's gonna be
Gonna be a hurt a lot.
and that is going to be 16 damage, and not ignoring armor. So your armor absorbs it.
Okay.
Penetration 4. It's energy damage.
Okay.
Painful.
16.
Gotcha.
Could be
Ow.
worse.
So all of you
So as it like hits Quentin, he kind of just it almost rocks him off his feet. And it just courses through him, and he's just desperately holding onto his gun and muttering to the Emperor as it just burns him. You can feel it coursing through him.
And then you see several of these creatures crawling out of the water.
Ah!
Oh.
Lisbeth, go.
Okay, she... can I take a reaction shot from them walking outward because I held my shot or not?
Yep.
Okay, so I'll do that. So this is her reaction shot to them climbing out of the water. Find my bloody page, sorry. Right.
This is sort of a training session since we haven't played in a long time.
So I'm shooting him as he climbs up the water, so that'd be short range.
Yeah.
Standard. Boom. So
Excellent.
she hits. She's doing she's another overcharged shot, so plus 2 to this. 6 at pen 2 on your 65, so torso.
And that would be who?
That's the closest creature to her as it climbed out of the water.
Yeah.
So does that count as her action this turn? Because it was her reaction to the creature climbing out because she held her action? Or...
I think it's your previous action or something. So yeah, you get
Yeah, because that's why. Yeah. Okay, so as the creature begins to close toward her, she braces and unleashes a full 3-round burst at overcharge to try and hit it.
Awesome.
Back, you foul creature!
And
So it's she doesn't have the penalty for firing burst because she braced.
Yeah.
So
yes.
that's
gonna be
a hit with 2 degrees of success. That's 2 hits. 2 hits on the 16.
What is that?
On,
Right leg, I think.
ooh.
Arm.
So
Right
arm.
arm.
Left arm.
Okay, so
Arm.
that's
I don't know.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's the left arm.
16 is right arm. Right arm.
Right arm.
Okay, so first hit +2/+2. Ooh. And second hit +2/+2. So the first hit does the Hammer of Wrath. So that's 14 pen 2 and 6 pen 2. So I'll do the 1d5 now.
So it's 14 and 6.
14 and 6 at pen 2. And oh, okay. I didn't put a space in. That's why.
Ooh,
Energy 3.
close. So you're basically just peppering these things with laser fire, and its arm sort of flails off its leg, and it's just left standing there, almost about to fall. It probably can't move, but it's just leaning on you, intent on ripping you apart.
Okay.
Let's see. Lulin, seeing that it's pretty close to her, she just uses her regular flamer to catch that one creature. Yeah.
Describe what it looks like,
So she,
and then you can roll it.
yeah. So she is kind of afraid of this creature, I guess. Because what does it look like? First off, I guess.
It looks like, imagine like a horror movie zombie mixed with a sort of a ghosty thing. And
Shit, I
it's
thought that
completely-
those are fishmen.
What?
Fishmen.
Fishman. Yeah. Yeah, it sort of looks like a fishman as well. It's like wet, and this liquid is just hanging from his body as it's just stumbling across the floor towards you.
So she shrugs off her backpack, letting it hit the ground, and then just reaches down and pulls out the regular flamer, and holding it with her left hand on the trigger with her scriptines, just placed underneath, like across where her wrist would be underneath it to brace it. She just braces herself and then lets off a regular gout of flame that shoots out across the water even licking up some of the water. If the water is flammable, then it might catch on fire as well, and completely bathes this thing in fire.
Awesome. Try to dodge. Yeah. Well, that depends. Where do he have to move to avoid it?
So he would have to move. So hold on. Like this goes 20 meters out. It's a 30-degree cone, so he'd have to move. Yeah, to the left or the right, at least 3 or 4 meters. Not exactly certain.
Okay. Yeah. So he successfully does that.
Yeah. Okay. After making her shot, she's going to actually move herself.
Ooh. I have a question.
Which I will do slowly.
The one that I had on the start of the session. How do you call for backups? Because we are not living here unless we are dead. As I see.
Would, probably have to make it back to the car and then try to make contact.
Back to the
with
city. Oh shit, that would be like a super long tower thingy.
Mhm.
Yeah, so I should probably go die with them.
It's up to you, kids.
I don't know. That sounds stupid. Will our new party members get the old information? Okay, so do you think is boy ready for delegating a quest to him? Because if he is, I'll give him like a card with a phone number that he should dial up and a short message that he should carry on, and hope he will not screw it up.
I'll tell you what, do a fellowship test. I'm gonna make it a -5. He 100% believes that you're his mom.
Oh,
You have that.
I hope he won't die.
Damn it, Llewellyn, why did you send just...
More at you.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Probably fair. Oh! I fucking passed!
So what do you tell him?
I know what kind of information I have, probably only on Mordecai, so I'll just give him my coordinates, say that we are really fucked, and probably out of whatever the flamers are running on, and if he can help us, maybe he could.
Nice. Awesome.
Look,
Little
did
boy
you-
runs off.
Combat shotgun grenade.
the note.
Oh, because you got the other.
What else do you do?
I run back to the pod.
Okay.
Hope they won't shoot me this time.
I hope so too. Tetricus?
Tetricus spins around as soon as he hears
can make
Lisbeth's shots go off. And he takes aim at the creature that's fighting Lisbeth, and his shot goes just over his head because he's trying not to hit Lisbeth. And that is what he does.
Lisbeth sees the angle of your shot and just instinctively moves out of the way as your shot goes off. Narrowly misses her head. Take it you got slug slid.
What do you do?
Quentin kind of looks at the creature up in front of him, and he just ruthlessly just takes aim, and he's just gonna fire semi-auto, 2 shots. 2.
So it's 2 hits. Very consistent
Oh.
rolling. That's
Wow.
not at all. 16 pound 6.
That's
40.
extremely good. So
Bang
who are you
bang!
doing? Who are you
Okay.
doing?
I'm
Okay.
hitting this one.
Okay. So that's gonna be 16 and 6 and 14 and 6. That's gonna do him. How does it look when you kill him?
The plasma rounds just kind of blow up in a flash of light as they eject out of the gun and just hit the creature straight in the chest and the energy just disperses through its body and just flings each bit of its limbs across and splats into a gooey puddle. The second shot.
Again, his breath. What?
Whee!
What do you?
Yes. I lean heavily on my staff, shaking it to get out of this weird effect that caught me before I step over to this cover, whatever it is, shouting. They have some sort of mind influence. Brace yourself, and I will also try and dominate this one. Attack your friend.
Can he do it? Can he actually dominate?
Yes!
Yeah.
And he fails.
The only rolls I ever do.
Yep. So you succeed. And he's going to attack this round. Very nice. As soon
And I use the
as
rest of my movement.
his round begins, he's going to attack this round. That's going to be a hit. And he's going to kill this round.
Yay!
He's dead. Basically rips his head off. However, Lisbeth, as soon as he does that, you get covered in this cloud. Are you wearing a hoodie?
I have one. I'm not using it currently.
That's very honest of you. You get a -20 to everything. And everyone within 3 meters. Please.
Is that just while I'm in the area of the cloud, or okay? So if I can break out the cloud, then I can. Awesome. Okay.
So maybe it's like that. Can you see that?
Nope.
No,
Nope, wrong layer.
You should be able to see that. You can't see the square around it.
No.
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Weird.
Is it on a different layer?
Nope. It is not.
Is
Is it white?
Okay, yeah, I know. I need to activate this. There we go.
Ah,
Good.
Blop.
Then you're going to see 3 more.
Oh, alright. Oh, yeah, okay. Thanks, GM. Son of a bitch.
You're welcome. And then suddenly, this one.
Yes.
I want you to do a protest.
Okay. I humbly apologise for what Lisbeth is about. Any penalties? Or is it -20 because I'm in the cloud?
Yeah.
Right, so, try for ones, guys.
See you
Oh!
on the other side.
Close. Lisbeth, I want you to shoot your closest friend.
And,
thank God it's
and by the way, GM, my last gun ran out of ammunition with that last burst. She has no ammo left in her gun.
That's epic. I want you to use whatever weapon you have that you know works to kill your friend.
Just throw the last gun.
Just don't.
Most deadly way
Right,
you know.
she has a hand cannon holstered.
It's your turn. Lisbeth.
So, okay. Wait, did she do? Well, oh, right, so she's under control.
Shooting Llewellyn.
As Elizabeth
kind of
begins to choke on the clouds, you just see her just suddenly just stiffen and lock up, and incredibly stiffly, almost as if guided by wires, Elizabeth just lets go of her lasgun and just reaches into her jacket, pulls out the hand cannon, and without looking, her eyes just locked on the ground. She brings the weapon up and discharges a shot at Llewellyn. GM, are you aiming in any way? Oh no, you can't because it's to withdraw. Short
Okay,
range,
it's a half thing, but it's fine.
standard.
Not gonna hurt.
Is it short range? I'm outside of 3 meters. Oh yeah, short range, not point blank.
So that's a
Oh
hit.
god,
That's a 16.
I can't even dodge that.
You can try, can't you?
No, I can't dodge that many degrees of success.
Oh really?
No,
Oh,
no,
I'm so
not
sorry.
5.
10 pen 3.
Alright. me see.
Quentin kind of sees the shot go off and he just blinks and he's like, "What the hell's wrong with the dog?"
That's 4.
Well, to be fair, she's in a cloud of mist. She may just be firing in a random direction.
So Llewellyn chirps out in battle cant. If anyone speaks military battle cant. Friendly fire! Friendly fire! So she's like, friendly fire! And, yeah. She's going to step into the cloud. But she's still wearing her rebreather, though. But if I can move my character to where I want it to go. Come on, you can do this. Zoom in.
Okay, level up. We're gonna go to Ross. All the way.
Yep.
Ross.
Sorry.
Well, actually, I was making the note the whole last round, so probably I just arrived here and see people shooting at each other.
It's just
What a
total
great moment.
fucking mess. Like you're looking over this water as you're seeing these amphibious-looking creatures come up and then sort of shake off the water.
It's
As
exactly
they're
what I
desperately
expected.
going. They look like they're newborn. They don't really know how to put their feet on the ground, but they're slowly just crawling up to this to your ally standing there firing desperately. What do you
Okay, I actually have my turn. So,
Oh, I know what you were doing, Llewellyn.
I swear to God.
guess I probably just shoot this one and also ask my teammates, do you still feel confident in this mission?
The Emperor is behind us, is all Quentin returns with.
Maybe
I am
sister
behind
to
you.
lead from the front.
As Llewellyn steps into the cloud, she just drops her flamer and pulls out the more devastating chemical flamer.
Oh God.
There we go.
And she
Here we
takes a
go
deep
again.
breath, raises it to her lips, kisses the gun, looks at the tank, seeing that it has one shot remaining,
Melts her lips off by kissing it.
God.
points it at the direction of the enemy, and just completely unleashes this enormous cloud of destruction.
No. That's... Oh god. Okay.
How far does it hit? Does it
20
only go in a straight
meters.
line?
It goes in.
It's
She's
everything.
aiming it slightly to the right, so that it would go. Yeah. So it goes in. It goes straight here, 20 meters, and then up this
Okay, so
way.
you don't want to hit your allies. That's
Yeah.
Thank
So
God.
it'll go
That's a
here and then
small
to like
cover.
I
here.
think that's a lot.
If it hits.
Yeah, I shot one thing, whatever
If they
that
don't
was.
touch. Yeah.
Oh. 9 damage.
And here's the acid, and here's the toxic. And the acid, if they don't have enough to
Yo,
take
GM,
all of it, they take the
The
rest.
guy
of
that
their
you just
body.
moved, I was shooting him for 13.
So two of them.
Wait, why are they all
managed to-
moving?
Two of them managed to dodge.
Because they dodged the flames.
But this one
Oh,
should get
man.
my damage.
Yep, he does. So who's with him? We can roll for revenge.
No, I
Actually,
said 13.
13 with
damage.
pen 1.
Okay.
Just a quick question. Do those flames permanently, like, lick onto the terrain, or can you move through where they were?
Anything that is flammable in the air, fire.
So I'm gonna say the ground itself catches fire. It's not like an inferno of flames. It's not gonna
Oh,
last long, but it's there. And how much damage does it take?
9 flaming, 9 armor, which also does damage past the armor, and 2 toxic.
Okay. So this guy is not looking too good right now. It's true.
Well, he wasn't looking great to begin with in the first place.
It's true. But according to his norms, it's not good. And the thing is, to do attacks.
Mog.
Mog of the show, we cannot hear it.
Yeah, no, I'm just getting ready. So he takes a shot at the guy who dodged out of the flames and does
Ooh.
16 damage
Uh,
to that
so
guy.
That was the one that was the one that took Ross's energy snot.
Yeah.
Yes. So that's 13 impact damage.
16 because it's point blank.
Oh yeah, shotgun.
Gotcha. Yeah, you blast off the side of his shoulder, and it just flows towards Levelin, and he just jolts back, slides down to the ground, sets one knee in the ground, and is looking up at you, just sort of crawling towards you. And Quinn, what do you?
So I can't move anywhere in this direction, right? Because this is all flame.
You can. You absolutely can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Quentin, seeing the creature near him and still feeling quite heavily wounded, is going to run over here, well, walk over there. And then he's going to take aim to the creature that came up near him. So...
Short ranged.
is it short range?
Short ranged, yeah.
Now you made me restart, hang on.
Sorry. But I thought it was like you're only 5 meters from him, so
No, you... God damn it. And a turn.
Yes. I see that these fellows have come a bit closer, so I see the one that almost laid Quentin low, and I point my staff towards it and give this one in command of attack your friends over there. They seem to be having a ball, and we'll see if that gets anywhere.
That is a success. This guy? Is that the one you're commanding?
No, this one.
close to him.
Okay. So he's gonna, on his turn,
And I will hobble down here, leaning heavily on my staff, and just... Ross, you said something about getting out of here.
Punch.
he's going to charge his friend. He's going to enough to kill him.
Rips off his.
You've done this 2 times now. He just basically claws him apart. Toxic claw tears. Make sure you can see it. There you go.
I like it.
So now you are in the toxic claw. If you don't have a breather, it's fine. And suddenly, all of you up in the middle of the room see, almost like Magneto, a young man, looks to be in his mid to late teens, floating through the air from on top of one of these stations, and he's just hovering over the water as these creatures are flowing out of the water, one by one surfacing. As he's looking down, he seems to be friendly with them, and he's just sort of waving his hands in the air towards you. And at that point, yes, Levelin. A strange sort of energy flows towards you, and it is an opposed toughness test. So roll toughness.
Is it a psychic power? I have denied the witch, so I'm gonna try to dodge it. Oh, not even close. I'm gonna use my inspiration. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so you barely dodge this.
Yeah, so I resisted.
So, near the water, you see two more of these creatures surfacing.
Oh boy.
Tetricus, one of them attacks you. And misses. What does it look like when he misses you? What do you do?
Can I, even though he missed, can I, if I parry with my power fist, does it hurt him?
Well, it destroys his arm, in theory.
Oh no, you wrote it in the thing. Never mind. It's if he parries me. Sorry. Yeah, Tetricus is too big to dodge, and he really just like lifts his power fist up, and as the claws arc towards him, he just kind of takes it on his one of his cybernetic limbs and shrugs it off.
Awesome. Lisbeth.
Snapping back into reality, realizing that she's just fired upon her friend, Lisbeth just looks around in a slight panic, sees the man floating above. Just, I see you, witch! Bring it down! And she just grabs her las gun from the floor where she dropped it to pull a pistol out and runs away from the creature. So.
Okay, you're running that.
Yeah, I'm moving it.
Llewellyn's come up out of the water. She decides to put her Gorgon Flamer, just drop it so it hangs by this harness, pick up her regular Flamer, and then move over here by Tetricus. And that's her turn.
Is this cloud visible? Then I would like to start using Carry Breather because it's traffic. Okay, then I shoot a guy. I'll do the shooting, you can continue.
Yep.
Maria?
Yes. Sorry. Yeah, Quentin is going to shoot the one that's in front here.
That's actually not because every time I've read them accurate, it gives me plus 10. It's actually 90.
I think we skipped Tetricus, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I was confused as to why
That's
it was
shit.
like that.
Tetricus hits.
Quentin missed.
Oh, we could. Oh, jeez.
For 21, pin 9. So after, batting his arm away, he just slams his fist in a hammer blow down on its head.
It is that. It is very dead. And
Another cloud.
cloud.
So what happens if you're standing in the overlap of 3 clouds?
Doesn't add anymore. Yeah. But
I just took my 10, I missed.
yeah.
Yes. Are the creatures in the cloud visible, or are they too obscured?
They are.
Great. So I'll ask this fellow to, once again, do what they do best and rip each other to pieces.
He actually succeeds his will purpose.
So as I do, I holster my last pistol and I wave fiercely with the staff. At least I think so. And not much happens.
The horrible creature is going to attack you, level up. That is a hit.
She will attempt to...
Yes.
No, I can't.
So he's trying to bite your right leg. He's just crawling across the floor. as he reaches your leg, he clutches onto it and you sort of try to pull it away, and you just feel his teeth sink into it. You take.
That was a successful dodge, though.
You take 10 impact damage.
Okay. I had a question. After I resist the willpower, can I still dodge? I don't really know. I don't think so.
Deny the witch uses your reaction.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, so yeah. So he bites me good.
I just need to check in a bit. Also do this, but it's the first session.
Thanks.
Alright, you have to take a toughness test minus 20.
Okay.
Come on, Llewellyn.
I can do this. Man, this is rough. Minus 20.
What's your toughness? 30?
Nope.
Oh, 40.
You take 1 toxic damage. Yeah, whatever. Some damage. You take 1 damage. Then this dude is gonna attack you, okay?
Wait, this
Wait,
dude
what?
was trying to attack his
Jericho.
friend.
Okay.
No,
No, he's failed.
failed.
So he crawls towards your parent. As he lands at your feet,
Jericho.
Jericho, he's trying to...
Yeah,
No, that's not Jericho, is it?
That's
That is
Jericho.
Jericho.
It is, but he's
That's
not
Jericho's,
really
that's
actually there.
Jericho's
Yeah.
token.
Then he
change
crawls
the
towards you,
target.
Maria. And he lands there.
Oh, well, great.
However,
Damn it.
he misses completely. He just tries to reach you from around the corner, which desperately clutching at your leg. This dude-
Why do they attack the legs?
This is a good question. I don't know.
Quentin just kind of spits out and he's like, "Nice try, cocksucker."
this guy's coming after you, Lisbon.
Alright,
Yes, yes.
clearly.
And
You're chasing it with your tail.
Mr. Magneto here. He's gonna float over the water and he's just hovering menacingly. And he's going to look at you, Tetricus.
No, I didn't mean to move.
You can do it.
Sorry.
Straight toughness?
I wrote in some very instructions. Yeah. Let's just go for that. Straight up toughness.
Can
He's
I just say that 6 seems to be a common number.
4
Under
degrees
10.
of success.
Under 10.
Okay, you succeed. Nothing happens. This one.
She's in a pickle right now. Just reiterate. A full. If you move your full movement distance, is that your entire turn done, or is it just count as half? Okay, so she might run because it's got a full turn to reload. She hasn't got time to turn around. Shit. Thing. Thank God for Slort.
You're just running in circles around this thing.
Yeah.
Getting away from one body. Good.
Yeah, thank God for Slort, she could run 36.
Why are you there?
Seeing that this like floating witch, Llewellyn like shoves her shoulder into the creature next to her to give her like a little bit of space to shoot, and then brings it up against her this heretical plasma gun that we salvaged to his shoulder, and aims the flying man, attempting to shoot him out
So
of
wait.
the.
Are you using creature as a brace like a World War II machine gunner?
No, she just
I swear
like knocks.
It sounded like you plonked it on his shoulder I was just using it as a brace to aim.
That'd be a little ridiculous.
But awesome.
All right.
You're trying to shoot the floating eye.
Oh god. I will spend fate. So I really want to shoot this guy like really hard. Come on, short range.
Come on. Yeah, that's a good shot. On the 82.
Let's see if we can.
Boom boom.
Oh wow! If he doesn't dodge.
Jesus. Okay. He's gonna attempt to dodge.
He has to dodge 4 degrees.
Yep. The crit happens. So number 5 happens.
Number 5 energy. I've got that up. Bear with me. Right. It's number 5 energy on the left leg. So the target's leg endures horrific burn damage, fusing clothing and armor with flesh and bone. The target suffers 1 level of fatigue and is knocked prone.
I'm gonna say he suddenly drops like a fly from there.
Reduces movement by half.
Yeah, he goes
2d10
splashing into
rounds.
the water.
Jesus.
That's awesome.
Along with 21 bloody damage.
He is now underwater. He just disappears.
Oh, can we not see him?
Nope.
Ah, damn. Quentin was about to just go fucking chase him down, man.
Who's with him?
Okay, shoot the guy near the Quentin.
What about me? Oh no, sorry, I'm on. Sorry, I just realised I did run rather than. Sorry.
So Lulin calls over her shoulder.
Oh,
and she's
finally
like,
I can throw 3 things.
yeah,
Ooh.
crap ton of damage. She's like, Tetricus, she calls out in battle cant, actually, assuming Tetricus understands it, and just asks for assistance with this other creature. So she's like, Tetricus, could you give me some breathing room?
Okay.
25.
Kit.
Yeah.
It's just extra 1d10 damage. It's not rolling the damage again.
Yes, but it's up to 3. And I have like 5-6 degrees of success.
No. It's just a straight up d10 damage. It's not the
Ah,
additional
okay.
weapons. Sorry.
Okay.
So that'll be an 8.
Yeah.
Extra damage.
So it's 8, 1, 8.
Okay.
So 15 extra total.
So it's like 29 damage.
Yeah.
Well, that is the one next to Repair.
Yep.
So he's almost dead. You basically, where do you hit him?
32. So that would be torso.
Torso. So its torso breaks open, and this puff of smoke appears, and you think you've actually killed it since it appears, but it's still standing somehow.
Yay, I actually made it work.
So I'm gonna spend a fate point on that to reroll. There we go.
It's sickening how good you are.
It's too
with
bad you
this.
don't have to attack on Tetricus, you know?
I know, right?
Okay, so you just punch this thing right in the mouth, and of course,
Yeah.
it dies.
Nice.
You asked for breathing room.
Lulin just grins and scans the water for the Psyker, trying to get a glimpse of him.
Yep. Looking into the water, you see him down there. Just barely see the shape of him. Quentin.
Quentin's going to do a point blank shot, auto shot on that guy.
So that's Hammer of Ram dead. Has to be.
GM.
Yep.
17-6, 14-6.
On who?
On the creature closest to Quentin.
Yep.
Maybe a plasma
If you
gun.
want theatrics, Maria, why don't you roll the Hammer of Wrath?
And you of course blow it the fuck away.
What's the Hammer of Wrath?
1d5 critical damage. It's dead, but you know, just for lols.
Blasted right in the face. It
Wait,
explodes.
oh, you mean Righteous Fury, right?
Righteous Fury, Hammer of Wrath, sorry. It's another game. Sorry.
I rolled a
Let's
4.
get that floating turd in the water. And I'll step over here.
Oh, wait. Quentin's turn wasn't
You
done,
are
sorry.
really
He's also gonna
struggling to
move
see it properly.
to the water side.
A lot of penalties to hit.
Sorry, GM, I hadn't finished my turn. I just moved. Quentin also moved to the water side.
And I'll once again try to dominate, and I'll dominate the last creature that is alive. Attack your master,
There's two. There's two
the
creatures.
closest one in that case.
He gets an 8.
Oh!
Clearly, it does not want to harm its master.
So
Yeah.
how many degrees of success is that? Because I still have 4 degrees here.
Be 2 degrees of success.
So it would still fail, because it's an opposed test.
He's right.
Yep. You feel it. So he is going to. Who's this by the way? Can you put him on?
This one.
Oh, there. Alright, so on his turn, he's going to turn around and start just going into the water, looking for his master.
Splash. Does the dominate only last one turn?
Yes.
It does.
So if he fails to reach his master, he doesn't actually do it.
But we got breathing room in worst case, so.
True.
The master appears and starts floating up in the air. And you look at his pants, and he's kind of bleeding as he starts hovering here. Then 3 more guys appear out of the water. And,
Miraculously.
yep. Well, they're sort of floating near the bottom of the water. They're semi-amphibious creatures. And, they can't attack you yet.
I have a weird sensation that there is like indefinite amount of them, and we are being very stupid.
Lisbeth.
Lisbeth just starts frantically reaching around her ammo pouches from her vest as she ejects the magazine from her lasgun, spent onto the ground. Just muttering a prayer to the Emperor, she slams a fresh one home and listens to the weapon begin to charge again. Her reload takes full, so she can't.
Lovely.
Replicate her earlier glorious blast. She stands her ground, taking aim through the murky cloud of mess at the floating man. After a deep breath, she exhales, pulling the trigger. We can move on to the next person on the roll. Hit.
Okay. I'll do a very exciting thing. Shoot the guy.
This guy.
The nearest guy.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh, plasma hit is a miss. 13.1. Okay. That's gonna be.
No, and extra stuff.
Ooh,
plus
extra
11.
stuff. Okay. Plus 11. Yep. Ross, as he is crawling towards you, you blast his head off. Or whatever you were aiming at. You're almost covering this one. Grenade launcher. Så Raisnar, your plasma gun missed. Grenade launcher goes up.
So Tetricus flips up his shotgun, which he's still holding in his other hand, and he, carefully lifts the barrel to where he can shoot the grenade right at the guy floating over the water, and launches a frag grenade directly at him, which detonates just as it hits him for a 15.
That's actually pretty sick. He flies back as you hit him with his blast, and he is going to basically slide back in the water and take some damage.
You turned him into a skipping stone.
Yeah, he's really suffering, this guy. Come.
Yep. Oh god, he's moved further away. Oh. Doesn't matter where I am, it's still the same distance. 11 meters is what? Standard?
Short.
What's the range of the plasma?
90 meters.
Yeah, that'll be short.
Oh. Yep. So he's gonna take a shot at Pollock.
I'm hoping to see Bray this time.
You,
No!
I was thinking you were going to roll over a 95.
I mean, like, water is super heavy cover anyway.
Yeah.
Well,
Yes, and I will step out of this fucking cloud, and I will just take some time to pull out
Never had a session.
needle gun.
oh, you have a needle gun?
I have a needle gun.
Yeah.
Pistol.
It's
sorry.
actually for his insulin.
You know, with old age, the body begins failing, and so Pollux.
okay. That's it?
Yeah,
Alright.
yeah, 2 half actions because it's a half action drawing my weapon, right?
You get an inspiration point. And the boots. Going to attack you, Tetricus. That's going to be a hit in your right arm. For 9.
Yeah.
Clawing at your arm.
Tetricus just shrugs it off.
Do a toughness test.
Doesn't the weapon have to do damage to poison
I'm
you?
not actually sure about that.
I think it
that
does.
apply as well?
Toxic,
does,
it has
yeah.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, then you don't have to do it. So I'm starting to struggle to separate that one from the lines. So there's one, there's another one. Going up to your level. Attack. And he's basically just clawing at your head, trying to grab your hand. You easily push him away. They're pretty weak, slippery. And this one is going to turn around. Compare. And then against it. 3 more repair. Yeah.
We are not killing them fast enough.
Then yes. So who's that? On the side there. On the right, on the left.
Quentin.
Quentin.
That's Quentin.
Quentin.
Yes.
You see some bolts of energy flying towards you.
Oh, fuck. God damn it. Why do I always get the energy damage?
And it's totally random, I swear. Then you take 16 energy damage. Penetration
16 again!
16. Hang on. This could be bad. Which location?
that would be the left leg.
Left leg. What was the
I don't
penetration?
think I have a left leg anymore.
You don't have
10-5. So that's Maria. What critical would that put you on? With I think 12 damage.
It'll put me on 12 critical.
In a terrifying display of power, the leg immolates and a thick fire consumes the target completely. He dies in a manner of agonizing seconds, his corpse surrounded with smoke and flames.
Fuck you, GM. 2 times?
Jackman!
Okay, you describe it in epic detail. What does it look like when you...
I mean, I'm gonna burn a fate point, but, yeah, Quentin just kind of... I'm assuming I can't dodge. You didn't let me dodge last time.
Okay, let's look it up. Just because they're dying.
If he's shooting energy balls, then you should be able to dodge it.
Yeah, it's a projectile, essentially.
The funny thing is, though, it doesn't say that. It just says the leg immolates. It doesn't say that leg is destroyed. So you don't
Theoretically, he still has a leg.
Theoretically, you've still got a leg.
Just a bit thinner.
Yeah, you probably have lost a bit of muscle mass on it. But nothing that a little bit of synth flesh wouldn't fix. If it had been a 9, it would have reduced your leg to little more than a chunk of sizzling gristle. The target must take a challenging toughness test or die from shock. He now suffers the lost leg condition.
So I didn't lose a leg.
Yeah.
Somehow
Well-
more damages.
So wait. So psychic bolts of all kinds can be dodged as if they were any other kind of ranged attack.
Good.
A successful dodge test is sufficient to avoid a psychic bolt.
Do it.
Whoa, okay,
Do
so
it.
I get 2 dodges, 1 for the first time and 1 for this time.
Okay. First time.
I didn't.
This is actually an ability I made up. That's why it's...
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So. First
Ah! I dodged!
I
Which
don't
one?
see the dodges.
time. I don't see the dodges.
I don't see the rolls.
Oh,
Yeah.
what?
We don't see the
I don't
rolls.
think you're doing this
Oh, I
in
got,
order.
I don't know. I got 50 out of 30 for the first one, and then I got 15 out of 30 for the second.
Oh,
now
there
they're
it comes.
No, I see it now.
Probably the server being slow.
Yeah, so
is
you
this,
still on.
reroll, or is it just...
No, that was the dodge of the first attack that she suffered earlier that you didn't give the option to a dodge. So the second one, so you're still on 0 then.
Way! Party!
Yeah, so you only take the first damage, so you can ignore the last.
Woohoo!
Desperate times, desperate dodge.
This one.
Woof, woof, woof.
As Elizabeth hears the lasgun whine to full power and then start creeping beyond, she starts whispering to herself, "I am the instrument of his will. I am the gauntlet around his fist, the sword in his hand," and then pass the turn over because she's taken full action to aim. At the rat, sights locked on the back of his head.
Llewellyn, seeing these creatures keep coming up, she's just in the back of her mind. She's like, "Man, I really need to reload my flamer." But she wants to make sure that the flying man is thoroughly dead before she does so. She takes the time to aim at him and then fire off the round, another round. Yes!
Nice.
Boom, boom.
That's gonna be... Who is it?
This is the flying man,
Flame up.
Pollux. Yeah.
Okay. Now, where do you hit him?
I hit him 26. It's like right arm or something.
Isn't
Right,
he
right.
underwater?
No, he's flying right now.
He fell down again.
Oh, he fell down again in the water when he got hit by the grenade?
Yeah.
Oh, so then do I not shoot him?
He is sort of floating around in the water. I'm gonna say that particular arm is above the water, so you do hit him.
Okay. Then 20, pin 6, 14, pin 6.
Yes. Yes.
you guys.
Awesome. Roswitha, what do you do?
I shot the guy who is in between Tetricus and Nolan. Is he in melee or not really yet?
So who?
The guy near to the Sister of Battle.
He's in.
Oh no. Is it like super hard to shoot him?
It'll be minus 20 to shoot to combat if he's in combat.
Yeah, whatever.
He probably hits.
Yeah, hit but like a lame one.
He hits.
Still two. It's still.
However, just normal damage this time.
Ooh.
Do I get something for that?
Yes, you do. Roll 1d5 for the critical damage. Hit on the 46. Where is that?
You also
Five.
roll. You also roll another 1d10 because you
Yeah.
have accurate, and it's every 2 degrees of success. You get an additional d10.
Yeah, but I got on minus 20, so that's 1 degree.
So you hit the body for 5 critical. The concussion from the explosion knocks the target ground and turns his innards into so much ground meat. The target suffers 1d5 levels of fatigue and is knocked prone. He must immediately make a challenging toughness test. If he fails, he suffers blood loss and his toughness characteristic is reduced permanently by 1.
I don't think that's gonna make a difference. He does fall to the ground, so he's prone. Excellent shot. Tetricus.
Tetricus turns to Llewellyn as he's lifting his power fist to just kill the guy who's right next to her, and he's like, "Keep shooting!"
Oh fuck.
And he does an additional 23.
Jesus.
All I see is
The guy who fell on
spinning
the
around.
ground.
Yeah, the guy right next to Llewellyn.
Oh my god. So as he falls down, he takes a shot to the chest. He just crumbles down on one leg and is kneeling in front of you, clawing at Llewellyn, trying to grab her leg. As soon as you see that, you turn around to Tetricus and just punch his head into his body. You see him collapse on the ground in a pool of green goo. It's just...
There's so much gas in that one area. It's so thick at this point.
Quentin, what do you do?
Quentin, aware that the seemingly is not going to end, is going to move up here and take some shots at Pollock. Hit the time.
I'm surprised that guy's not dead though.
He's a
I keep
tough
missing
character.
him. Oh my god.
Plasma goes off. It just slide across the water.
You
Heresy.
you can use fate to redo that.
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that I use a fate point to redo that?
Metagaming.
Kinda, yeah. Tetricus is about to be like 3-on-1.
More like
Okay,
a
go on then, I'll
4
read.
on 1. Triggers. Possibly even 5.
Hey!
Nice. You hit him.
If this is semi-auto burst, how many extra shots do I get?
2, because you can only shoot 2 from that gun.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Wow! Wow!
He already has 5 critical damage too.
Where do you hit him?
A child.
torso.
52.
Torso. So
Torso.
2. Right. So wait, is
Good shot at doing that reroll.
So hang on. Are these the 1d5 criticals? Do they stack?
No,
Yeah.
No, they don't.
No?
No, they always hit. At
Okay,
least in the
so
discussions we had earlier. Unfortunately, though,
Oh.
his torso is underwater. Plasma goes into the water. Whoop, whoop.
Is he not
Yeah.
dead?
he dodges it.
Plasma. No, the plasma goes into the water. His
Oh.
chest is underwater.
Uh, wait, but it still does the damage, right?
Nope.
What?
Not at all. Like nothing.
Water starts to boil. It's nice and comfy. It's It's a nice temp.
Oh, yeah.
You just turned into a hot tub for him.
That
You
is
just turned into a hot tub.
bollocks.
No, it's not. You're shooting
So you have
into
to hit him
water.
in the head.
You're shooting into water at a crooked angle. Do you know how much reverse power there is in water? How much reverse force there
It's a
is?
plasma round. You can kill. You can shoot a gun
It
through.
would
Wouldn't
more
that
easily
convert-
dispersed by mass.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
plasma would basically just evaporate just chunks of the water. Explosive.
Yeah, that's what I was
So,
thinking. It would
so
just
what we have to
evaporate a
do?
lot of
We
the
have
water.
to hit him. We have to do headshots, do damage to him.
No. I'm saying his arms and head.
So basically, he's treading water right now. That's what's happening.
Two 10s, GM. 2 10s.
It's epic. We'll remember it. It's on the stream. We remember. We know.
Oh.
We'll store the screen. Pearl.
Yes, back crooked and staff straight, I'll raise my needle pistol and brace it against the staff, lining up a shot once Pollux gets above water again.
Awesome.
So I'm holding action, yeah.
Okay. Pollock is going to, from the water, point his finger at... Have you fired a shot yet, Lisbeth?
She has not.
She has not. I'm afraid the only person she sees is you. Roll.
Quentin.
Yeah. Well, whatever.
He probably sees Tetricus too, right?
Yeah, but you're behind a wall of dudes.
Oh, what? How is that a valid excuse?
Pretty.
How is
He
that
has
not
that
valid?
fucking infrared vision, like
Oh.
he's epic, but
Well, how come he doesn't? How come he doesn't see Lisbeth?
because she's hiding behind the thing.
They are kinda
Who
engaged.
else is
Right,
there?
come at me, bro.
I'm not.
Come
I'm
at
not
me.
gonna defend my
GM,
NPC's
I'm
actions.
just-
We're not
as much-
getting. We're not going that far into this.
As much as I'd
They are
rather
bu-
not have
beyond
anything
reproach.
happen to Lisbeth, technically she can see him and he can see her.
Yeah.
She's not hidden.
Yeah, no.
But you're also really far away.
No, don't worry, Carl. He wants to fuck me. So just let him do it. Come on, then. Come on,
I do
GM.
not.
Come at me,
I
bro.
absolutely do not, Maria. Like 100% legit. Do not.
Come at
That's
me.
wrong.
Just do the roll.
She's smiling,
If
by the way.
that's making your
Do
GM,
the roll.
she's-
dude.
She's smiling. She's smiling.
Do it, do it.
you get a dodge though to try to survive. You know
Well,
how that
yeah.
works.
All right. My 30% chance. Let's go.
And you have your fate to re-roll it, so you know.
Yeah, my one fate point. Come on.
Wait, you already spent one.
Yeah, I spent one to re-roll the shot that then didn't.
Oh no!
I have an inspiration point to re-roll a dodge though.
Should have called shot. Start calling shot to head or something.
Right. Anyway, shoot, GM, shoot,
How does it go?
shoot
Yeah,
her,
you have to do the dodge.
shoot her.
Do the dodge, Maria.
Okay.
Well, he has to hit first, right?
He did.
He has it.
Can I re-roll my inspiration?
Yes, you can. It's really hard for him to miss.
Oh,
Ah.
what is he hitting
Yeah.
me with?
Right.
Yeah.
So,
You take
is he hitting?
15 energy damage.
You do lose the leg.
No, I don't. No,
No,
I don't.
15's
It's
still.
the
15's
To
still
the-
death. What location?
Torso.
Okay. Right. I'm taking me that's still over 10, right?
Yeah, well, yes.
Okay.
Wait. Wait, how much damage would that be to me? 10?
15. Hang on. What's the penetration, GM?
There is no pen.
Oh, you get your full 8 defense.
Oh, then I'm okay actually.
So it's damage 7 then.
Sorry, I spoke too soon.
Seven
For a pen.
Ah.
Oh,
I
you
promise I'm not trolling you.
motherfucker!
I'm not trolling you, Maria. I swear. I did not
I
see
think
it.
you are. You've just trolled me like 4 times
I'm
in a
the
row,
GM.
dude.
I like that it does to everything on the GM. GM, are you applying armor penetration to this attack?
Am I applying it? There is
Yes, because
damage.
you stated
There
it
is
wasn't any.
penetration. Full.
Okay, right. A 4.
It
Okay,
does not
so you get.
ignore armor, however. so it is.
It's still right.
Full armor bonus.
Well, it's got penetration. You said. So that would be remainder 4 for you, Maria. So that would be 11. So the result is pieces of the target's body fly in all directions as he is torn into bloody goblins. If the target is carrying any ammunition, it explodes, inflicting a single hit for 1d10 impact, 1d10 plus 5 impact damage to a randomly hit location to each target within 1d10 meter.
How can I even survive that if I burn a fate point, GM?
It's I don't know. The Emperor protects somehow.
Oh,
Cool.
cool.
Okay,
I
so
fucking hate you.
Maria, 1d10 distance, please.
So the rest
What?
of you.
Alright,
look
yeah,
over
my
and you
fucking
see-
limbs.
You see Quentin flying back, just being hurled in a horrible angle through the air, and there's just a spurt of blood just hitting the walls, hitting the ground, everywhere, and it's just a hunk of meat being flown back. Do you want to describe it, Quentin?
No.
Are you too angry?
Yes.
You'll cool down. You'll Lisbeth.
Fuck you.
Just as Quentin eats his messy end, Lisbeth completes her prayer with the words, "I am his hammer, and I bring his wrath." Braces and then releases a full auto shot at. Actually, wait. Can I brace, full auto, and call shot? Or not. Is the call shot half action?
I think you would have to prepare your previous turn.
Called
to do
shot's
call
not a half action.
It's not an action. It's just a free.
No.
It's just. Okay.
Yeah,
All right. So
you're just aiming
There
for like a
are
head or whatever.
traits or talents you can get to make it a half action, I think.
Well, no. I think called shot is you can have a trait that reduces the penalty from called shot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
The
just
penalty.
modification.
Yeah, there's a minus 20 penalty for call shot. But she made a full aim last turn, and she's braced and releasing a full auto burst.
That's fine.
Okay. She's calling the shot at his head.
A call shot is different from a full aim.
Yes.
No, what?
But it's
You can
also
full
free
aim
and
call shot.
combined.
You can full aim call shot, yeah.
Yeah,
Sorry, what?
you can aim at someone's head.
Yeah, so she's taken the last. She didn't fire last turn to get a full aim bonus, and now she's
Right.
calling her shot.
I thought that a full aim was a unique thing you prepared for that takes a full action.
Yeah,
It-
last
it
turn.
is.
It is.
I used my last turn to
not a
make
full aim. I mean cold shot.
No.
No.
Okay. Yeah. No, that's
Okay.
fine.
Right, so that's full aim,
Right.
short range, no bonus because she's braced and firing auto, and then minus 20 called shot.
Oh,
Oh, too bad.
Gotta use inspiration to try and reroll that.
You cannot use inspiration for anything that hits damage.
Oh, yeah.
That's not dealing
you
damage.
can
That's
use your fate
strength.
to re-roll it.
I haven't got any fate left, I only have 1 point.
You already used it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
There's something I can do.
Alright.
Darn.
Double up.
Lolan really starting to feel pressure, guys, but hearing Tetricus's inspiration, she's gonna nod her head and reply. Let's make a small retreat while I take this shot and pray to the Emperor Tetricus. And oops, that's not what I wanted to press.
Would have been epic though.
Alright,
A lot of damage.
short range. She's going to try to shoot in the head as well, I guess. Ugh.
Nope.
No. I guess I'll use my last fate point.
Alright.
Alright. Nothing. Oh my god. Alright, cool.
Whoosh. Totally missed.
And then... Yeah, she's gonna take a small step backwards to try to... Hopefully try to, like, give Tetricus some room. Just to hear.
To try to get away.
And, she still has line of sight to the bad guy, though, so...
Awesome. Tetricus.
I think we skipped Ross, right?
Okay. Go, Ross.
Okay.
Shoot him in the head.
Well, I could, but I'm not really sure if I really want to engage in shooting in the head my new son's brother.
Oh.
I would probably... Nah, I just shoot the guy. You'll get it eventually.
Tetricus, you can do a turn at the same time. And that is it.
Who are you shooting, Ross?
Wait. This one.
So, okay. Yeah, he's unwanted.
Wow. I am going to use a fate point.
Here we have one more. It's up to
Okay.
Yay.
So that would be 15 pen 1 plus 2.
17. Yeah.
Mogadishu, your grenade hits. Where do you want to aim?
Oh,
Oh my god. Is that 2? That's 2 tons.
That's the
that's
Pollux.
double
Yeah.
10.
Jesus. So who are you hitting?
To Pollux.
To Pollux.
Right, so do you only count
And I've
one
seen a video on YouTube of grenades theoretically being used underwater, and it's just.
I still think it's nonsense, Jim, that I didn't even do reduced damage on that. Because even the heat from the plasma round would have still struck him and done some damage.
We can do science later. It's interesting.
Okay,
so,
so
Jericho, you do 20 damage to him. That is going to do it. First of all, Ross, who do you shoot?
That's not me.
No, you shot someone.
Ah! I said that guy.
That guy. Okay, catch it.
okay,
Awesome.
Jim, just so you
And
know,
then 20 damage. As soon as the grenade hits the water, you hear this implosion underwater, and then suddenly, just bubbles rising, and then Pollux disappears. Quentin,
he's dead.
I'm dead.
what are you dreaming
salt.
about in the aftermath?
salt.
Quentin? You sound a little, I don't know, it's like sour or something? Upset about it?
What? No. Well, firstly, I just don't think that Quentin was the only one that could be seen. But you know, whatever. I'm not dreaming about anything. Darkness,
Are you
blackness,
seeing anything indefinite?
the shittiness of rolls. I don't know. What do you want me to say?
Alright, we won't rub it in anymore. Parent? We'll do that.
Yes. Seeing that my objective is gone, I will make sure it stays gone, and I'll cast Dominate on the furthermost ones. Yeah, that one and that one. And ask them to please make sure your master's corpse is gone. So 5 degrees of success there to beat.
Awesome. That's gonna be a glorious failure, as usual.
Just a short range is what, below 25% of the weapons range, or 50% of the weapons range?
I think it's half.
half.
And I will pull back and see that we don't have any threats behind.
Did you shoot your needle gun?
Didn't need to.
Oh, okay.
Alrighty.
Now it dominated.
Yes. Okay, I was running something. Who is nominated? Can you find out?
These two fellows?
That guy. And both of them?
Yes, I
Oh.
caused it at a higher level this time.
Oh,
That's
God.
why I didn't have. That's why I had a harder number to beat.
Okay. And they're gonna do what?
They are gonna try and get and crush any remains of their master's corpse.
I don't know.
I'm
well,
surprised frag grenades don't have penetration.
they are going to wade into the water and then sort of just disappear in the water. And then, Tetragus, they're gonna attack you. Probably
Oh fuck.
ineffectively. One of them rolls a 1. That's gonna be a total of 10 damage.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
The other one is going to hit you as well. It's going to be also, there's going to be 7 damage. Also doesn't matter. They basically can't hurt you.
Pretty much.
And Lisbeth.
Lisbeth draws aim against the creature that hasn't moved for quite some time. And will take a half aim burst shot at.
Cool.
Where's my sheet? Here it is. So.
Alright. So, I'm just gonna do it like this. Does anyone want to do an epic last thing, some attack? Tetricus, do you want to do a special attack? Do you want to roll your attacks? Do you feel like doing it? Because we can just automate the rest of this combat. You are at this point in such an advantage.
Yeah, I think Tetricus is just going to wade through the bodies and just
Yes.
pound them into submission.
So, eventually, Tetricus is just standing there, surrounded by dead bodies. He's just been pounding them again and again. Your fist hurts, your neck is sort of just aching as you're standing there. But all of your enemies are dead. As you look into the water, you see Pollux's corpse slowly rising, and it's just floating in the water, and a huge pool of red appears around him.
Llewellyn would try to render aid to Quentin.
Yes.
How deep is the water?
The water is actually not that deep. It's at the most 3 meters.
Okay, so you couldn't wade in, drag someone, still go below.
You can
Wait, could
easily
you-
make your way across and pull Polux up.
Okay, in that case, Lisbeth, Lisbeth pauses just to check that she can't see any of the creatures that were there before in the water, making sure that she can't see movement, and wades into the water and just grabs the corpse of Pollux.
You're
No,
fucking
I don't.
gluten upcycler child.
And drags him to the shore, to where the others are sort of missing, piling the corpses to burn.
So Llewellyn runs over to Quentin, dropping her backpack and pulling out her med kit. She gets the bottle of water that Quentin had, and while she looks over the body and sees that the lightning bolts were running up into her heart, she leans down and presses her ear to Quentin's kind of scorched chest, and then starts doing some CPR kind of thing while she pours the liquid from the bottle down Quentin's throat, trying to get her to drink it because she knows that supposedly there's healing properties in this liquid. And then she of course pulls out her medical kit bag and just throws it down on Quentin's chest and starts digging through it, pulling out various things, and eventually starts trying to start Quentin's heart again.
As you do that, you're sort of trying to tend to Quentin, wake him up somehow. You eventually hear him coughing, and he's coughing up blood at first. And then you see him sort of slowly come to life. And Quentin, you wake up.
How can I wake up if my body is literally strewn in 4 directions?
Because that's what fate points are for. You burn a fate point.
Okay, well, I don't think he'll be awake quite yet.
That's up to you, but you have the choice.
Well, is the session going to be over because it's 1 o'clock in the morning?
Yes, very soon. Okay, so basically you wake up. You resuscitated him, and the rest of you. What are you doing?
Lisbeth,
Complaining loudly.
Lisbeth drags the corpse of the of Pollux onto the beach, and just sort of kneels down next to him.
Pollux is a young boy. He's in his mid-teens, or early teens, and he's completely just destroyed. His gut is split open, his intestines hanging out. Yeah, he's just completely dead. He looks
So
like a normal boy. There's nothing special about him. He's not carrying anything in particular.
She leans in close and just very softly, got what you deserved. May the chase your soul, find to immolate your mortal, cast you the hells that belong. Nothing on this earth. One stands up, looks over. Llewellyn, did you leave your flamer behind or anything like that? Did you?
No, she picked it up, wasting a turn, picked it up. So she has all of her gear.
So Elizabeth looks over at Tetricus. Big guy, let's stack these bodies, make a nice funeral pyre. Better than deserve. Need to get rid of these things.
Okay. Do you have any more grenades? I'm almost out.
Elizabeth just laughs. If I had grenades, then I don't think there'd be a building in the Imperium left standing.
I've never had a grenade blow up a building before. I'd quite like that.
Oh, maybe I'll teach you. I know some tricks with explosives.
I know some card tricks.
Elizabeth gives you a pat on the shoulder and just like, you can show me those sometime or two. And she calls over to Llewellyn. Llewellyn, you got his heart beating again, or has he left this plane?
Yes, but he will need extensive medical care, more than I could provide at this moment. A clean environment would certainly be helpful.
I will see if I can at least give him some energy for a pick-me-up.
So we can finally retreat?
And I'll walk over, hacking as I get through the gas clouds before getting up to Llewellyn and Quentin, touching him at his shoulder and letting, hopefully, some light guided by the Emperor help me heal.
Awesome.
So he regains 4 fatigue if he had any.
Yes.
Elizabeth looks back down at Pollux's body. Llewellyn, you can access the cogitators, the data ports, right?
Yes, of course.
You reckon this guy's got a price on it? Or do you reckon we could turn in his body for reward for slaying a rogue psycho?
Unlikely, but let me search my memories.
I would probably know if there is a standing reward on rogue psychers. I assume there is.
GM?
Yes. What is happening?
We want to know if there's a standing reward for rogue psychos.
On this planet?
Yeah, so
if you could prove that you destroyed a threat to Lord Sarawak, it will be no doubt be highly valued. Yes.
At this point, Quentin has kind of finally come to from being resuscitated. And you just kind of hear him kind of almost gasping for air. He's just... and he kind of just jumps. Well, it doesn't quite jump, but his body just kind of flops forward. But then immediately falls back to the ground as he kind of just touches every part of his body, and he's just kind of shaking in shock.
Slow breaths, Captain.
The Emperor! The Emperor! What? What? My body? Why? Am I not dead?
Not yet.
He's indeed quite mighty, is he not?
Lisbeth calls over to Quentin upon hearing him gasping. Blessed are the few that are chosen by the Emperor, hey Quentin?
At this point, Quentin's just his eyes are just kind of flickering about like crazy. And he just lies back down on the floor. And he's just mumbling to himself incoherently.
So Perrin will take out his backpack and actually take out one of the good bottles for Quentin.
Roswitha, I'm wondering,
Yes.
you didn't happen to record any of this, did you?
Not this time.
Yeah, be walking around with your camera. Close-ups.
Selfies.
You can
So
take
it's-
after-action report pictures.
Yeah, but I mean, the scenery is still very disturbing, but that's not some action pictures.
Listen, Roswitha, I'd like to get some reward for doing this. So, would you mind taking some pictures of the bodies and, the whole place, maybe? I reckon we can get a pretty penny for bringing this bringing this destitute corpse to the Lord Sarok.
You just hear Quentin kind of wheezing, and he's just like, proof that we accomplished. Ooh.
Yeah, it starts
duty to
with
the Emperor.
Quentin sitting on the floor saying about accomplishment to the Emperor.
By the way, did Perrin give Quentin the Amasak?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, Quentin just kind of rips the lid off and just drinks the whole thing in one.
Oh! Small clugs.
And then once he's done, he just smashes it on the ground and just goes, "Fuck, small, fucking drinks." And then he just slowly clambers to his feet, looks around, and just goes, "What the fuck happened?"
Elizabeth very gently walks over to him and just pulls off her inhaler and then just grips the back of his neck and just shoves her inhaler into his mouth.
No,
And
Quentin
depresses
whacks it away before she can. Keep your fucking shit away from me.
Make you feel good? Give you a bit of boost.
I don't need no fucking boost.
Elizabeth just gives you a look up and down. I've seen you in better shape, and even then, you could have done with a boost. And then she walks away.
You're like -8.
Yeah, well, I don't quite know what physical state to describe him in, to be quite honest, but
I imagine like
There's no-
it's kind of like electrical shock, like when you like get hit by lightning. You have like
Yeah.
that weird scarring that looks like lightning
Yeah.
along your
There's
skin.
like burn marks.
Yeah.
That's about it.
You should have pain in all your body. You can expect fevers the next few days.
is that what Perrin actually says to him?
No, that's what the player behind Perrin says to it.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
Ross,
Yes.
where's that kid?
I don't know. And actually, I'm pretty anxious to meet him again.
Quentin, he's kind of just almost semi-crawling on the floor as he kind of makes his way towards the pool of water.
Ross
He
is
kind of-
keeping
Fine,
himself
you,
busy by
Ross.
recording stuff. Oh shit.
You turn around and you see the little boy cowering in the corner. And he's just crawled up into a ball.
Quentin kind of looks at his reflection in the water, and now his formerly neat beard is kind of been shaved. The hairs have been almost stripped off as this kind of lightning branch pattern has creeped across his face, where the burning has occurred, all the way down underneath his shattered armor. And he doesn't look like he's in a great shape. And a small tear falls down his cheek as he kind of just collapses by the waterside.
For the sake of continuity, I gave Quentin back the fate point. Since it was a little bit messy, the situation. Yeah. So-
Jericho.
It's forgotten,
Okay.
hopefully. Quentin?
So
Yes.
Yes, good.
Um,
The last scene, we're gonna draw the last scene now, because it's way, way, way beyond what I planned for this session.
let's pull on.
Jericho.
I'm dying.
Yeah.
I assume the Lord employs telepaths.
You would probably assume wrong. The Lord Sarawak has banned all use of psychic powers.
Including communication to the Empire.
Astropaths are
Sorry?
still around.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
However, they're very tightly regulated. Any other psychers are rounded up, and no one knows what happened to them. I have a very strong suspicion that they are probably dumped here, and that this boy was only one among many on this island.
Quite possible. Regardless, I was thinking that if we need proof, we might have it over there.
That boy
Yeah, and I nod towards him.
needs to be killed. Quentin's kind of mumbling as he kind of gets up. They all
Remember when I
need
tried
to
to
be
do that
killed.
originally? And you stopped me.
Quentin
I just want
looks
to
up.
point out that I told you so.
Quentin looks at Llewellyn, and it's perhaps the darkest look that he's ever given. And he literally looks like he could just completely rip her to shreds in that moment. As he's staring at her, blood coating his face and his body. And he looks almost feral. But he says absolutely nothing to her as he kind of crawls back to his feet. Walks past her and walks like almost a zombie towards the boy, picking up his dropped plasma gun as he does so.
Nice. So guys,
Hmm.
the last scene. Ross, you're left standing there with your gun. You're sort of... This airy silence fills the room. And you see Tetricus turn around, his fist covered in blood and guts. And he walks over to you, and he sort of looks at you with empathy, and the others slowly start appearing from various corners of the room. As you sort of ransack the room and look around at this plateau that you haven't entered yet, you see sort of almost like a laboratory. There are vials of blood stored in a containment pod. Do any of you want to investigate this place?
Well, Quentin's walking towards the boy right now to shoot him.
Yeah, well, let's not shoot him right now. I think Perrin should take care of him. He's the only one who can communicate with him.
Yeah, I think Llewellyn would want to investigate the laboratory. That's
So would Lisbeth.
definitely
Yeah.
something she would be interested in.
Llewellyn, as you walk around the laboratory, do a scholastic lore chemistry.
Chemistry, I have
Minus
that.
10.
Good thing I'm super trained.
Would I have chemist as a trade? Would that be sufficient?
Extremely. In addition, let's first see what he figures out.
Sorry, I have to reload Roll20 real quick.
No worries. Okay, so Quentin, can you do a relevant roll there?
What
do you have
roll?
a skill?
Minus
Do chemistry?
10.
Is it related to chemistry? No.
I think it's just
No, I
Llewellyn
mean,
and Lisbeth.
sorry, I keep mixing up. Lisbeth.
Yes, she has
I was about to
chemist. She has chemist.
No,
as a trade.
it also bears to notice that I have had a burning headache this entire session. I have literally have a concussion from boxing, so I'm I'm sitting here in a daze trying to do all this.
Okay.
session. Yeah.
That's fine.
So-
Lisbeth has chemist.
Okay. Then,
I succeed with 2 degrees of success.
excellent.
Uh,
Alright, so basically you figure out that the samacin that is used in this blood, if it is transfused, if you use it, it could potentially grow a psyker's powers
Interesting.
exponentially.
So she's going to like take this liquid and bring it over to Perrin.
Yes. What do you
And
want me to
she like holds it out and she says, "I've studied this liquid and I believe it would strengthen your faith in the Emperor if you drink it."
What? Well,
This
it's
the
always
chemical
good to get...
composition of this liquid is that of a type of psychic reactant, in the sense that you, being a sanctioned psyker, would be able to control it, but this man, she like gestures to the dead body of Pollux,
Yeah.
not being faithful to the Emperor, was unable to.
I will trust your judgment on this, and I take it and take a deep swig.
Yes.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Roll a 1d5.
It's corruption, isn't it?
By the way,
I say
GM,
nothing.
Quentin was still traveling towards the boy to shoot him.
Yeah, it's like a second time when someone in background trying to kill him.
Again, 1 corruption point, Perrin.
Yeah.
However, you spend some time drinking this blood, and you're just gulping it in, like enjoying the effect. And we can resolve what happens later. Remind me.
Yes.
Yes.
All right. I hope
Have
you
I
gain
heard
like,
this
a bunch of psychic
conversation?
powers.
By the way, before we went off to investigate the laboratory, Lisbeth did string up, basically hog-tied the body of Pollux, so that she can drag him to take him as proof of a kill.
Excellent.
We can pick some of those.
So what happens
Okay.
to the kid?
stuff.
So the situation with the boy. You walk up to him. All of you see Quentin raise his gun, trying to shoot this little boy.
I think I will try to stop Quentin from shooting this little boy.
Okay.
How?
Describe it.
By force.
What do you do?
I put my
He
hand...
just-
You gotta
Beat
pick
you.
on pick on the crippled guy.
Well, the minute Ross comes towards Quentin, he swings the plasma gun around, and his eyes are wide as he looks at her, and he goes, "You better not take a goddamn step closer, boy."
Give us a moment.
Come
Give
on.
us
Gonna
a moment.
shoot me?
So-
Llewellyn, did you find other proof up
He
there in the lab?
was cooperating with a heretic from the start. He was protecting that goddamn creature.
Was protecting nothing. And as I heard, there's some kind of
You don't remember
lab?
him mentioning Pollock?
Yeah, that's
and
his
the new
brother.
age that had to come through? I
That's
was
his brother.
fucking
That's his twin brother. And there's some experiment, so he's like a placebo of something. I don't know. I think we can just use him as
heretics. A heretic.
eyewitness,
And everything burns in the flame of the Emperor.
like you.
Mogadishu, what are you rolling for? What is this? Are you two shooting the boy?
Excellent,
Yeah.
Llewellyn.
So
Oh,
Jericho,
The fuck, Jericho?
Jericho.
While
does-
everyone is talking, Jericho comes.
yeah, Jericho doesn't waste any time.
Is
As
this
soon as,
Jericho
like-
or Tetricus? Sorry.
No, this is Jericho.
Okay.
As soon as like somebody moves to intercept Quentin, Jericho just unslings his las rifle. You know, like levels it at the boy. He doesn't like approach or say anything,
Yeah.
and just shoots him in the head.
Assuming that Llewellyn
Hilarious.
has already answered my question, I will not move to interfere.
So basically, suddenly,
Quentin-
this loud burst of energy erupts through the air. The little boy shakes a couple of times, and then keels over.
Quentin
your
lets
question
the plasma
was-
gun drop to the floor at that point, and he just looks over his shoulder at Jericho, and just smiles and says, "Thank you before he just falls down and falls unconscious from all his movement.
Your question was about if there's information backing up what I said about the drink?
No, about the situation here.
Oh, I don't even know what the question was then.
Oh yeah, no, it
doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's a good place to end it, I think.
As this final scene, you walk back into the room and you spend a little time with the machines here. Do any of you want to try to hook up to the machines? Or
Oh, I totally would.
Okay. Or figure
I
out what's
would
going on.
plug my interface port into it.
feel if there's any warp emanating from any of the machines first.
So first off, Perrin, you can do a finish insist. You get a plus 10.
Quentin kind of fell unconscious, but yeah, he's probably gonna wake it up again. Too much exertion.
It's safe.
You're not making
It's
this
super
easy.
safe.
Trying to round up
Aye,
the
this
session in a
is
cool
fine.
way. Come on.
I'll use my inspiration for that.
Yeah, thank you.
Would be nice to make at least one of those.
Is there any weapons or anything around GM?
There we go.
No, they haven't really had any use for weapons. This is
They
kind
were
of,
weapons. Sense.
They were weapons themselves, exactly.
6
Perrin,
degrees.
yes, so Perrin, you walk up to one of the machines, sort of hooking up to the psychic energy here. You stabilize it enough for level in to approach the machine. Do a take use test.
Yeah. Check. I really wish I had that. But that's okay.
If you want to interact with machines, you need take use.
Yeah. I have tech use, I just don't have tech aptitude. But that's okay.
Okay, so you succeed. So basically, you hook up to this machine. This is not like in cinematic time, but just explaining what happens. You're searching through an endless storage in this data loom, a connected database. You can do a Forbidden Lore Pirates test.
Pirates?
Mhm.
Pirates?
Okay. And I get another plus 10 because I'm hooked up. Because that's what my interface port does.
Is that what they call it nowadays?
Mhm.
That's what they call it nowadays.
That is a lot. Like a lore machine.
There's no help from anyone else in the team, right? From having similar lore skills, right?
No, you're all standing around. You can help each other, but it doesn't look like
7 out of 70.
Oh yeah, no, that seems fine.
So no problem at all. Actually,
What the fuck?
when
The target's
you
so
hook
high.
in, you are so focused on your mission, on what you're supposed to be doing here, that you immediately just search through relevant data. You find the location of Sax Holthane's secret base on the
Really?
Askellion. Yes. The exact location of his secret base on the Askellion. And you also find information on House Maimon.
Oh.
It's suddenly this rush of clarity, and you see basically where House Maimon is. You see their connection with the Faceless Trade. You see their connection with the keys, and you have basically almost like clairvoyance without touching the warp, without being harmed by it. You don't know how long it's going to last. We can go through more questions next time.
Yeah. So I guess Lulin would ask Ross to record her speech,
Yeah, I can do this.
and then she would just start rattling off this information in Technolingua to keep it all perfectly preserved. That way she could reference the video later if she needs to.
Smart.
So she just starts, making like this ones and zeros kind of stuff with her clicking sound with her mouth, and it just gets, emanates on through the chambers.
You find more information about Aventine as well. We can take that next time. The ending scene is you standing in front of this machine, just lighting up as this godly master of information. And all of you gathered around. Still alive. Still alive.
Whoa.
So there's one thing too, as everyone gathers around after Jericho shoots, this kid in the head. He kind of waits until everyone's gathered, and he's like,
Are you gonna wake up Quentin because he fell unconscious again?
I don't think Quentin needs to hear this part, but
Well,
he
he woke
looks
up,
around and he is like, I want to make sure that all of you understand our charge to the Inquisition. The Ordo Hereticus itself says, there is no place for the weak-willed or the hesitant. Only by firm action and resolute faith will mankind survive.
Oh, this is why
No
Quentin doesn't need to do this.
sacrifice is too great, and no treachery is too small. Remember that. We are all servants of the Inquisition. One innocent life means nothing.
Yes,
And
obviously.
As Jericho is standing there over the corpse of this boy, it is sort of a symbol of the words that he has spoken. You get an inspiration point, Jericho. Awesome.
I like to think that Quentin's limp body's just right next to him as well.
Anyone else?
See, that's kind of like what Llewellyn was going for. Like, don't suffer the Psyker, the Witch, or the Mutant,
No,
Well, that's what Quentin was going for as well, but apparently he talks
No,
too
you stopped him.
Sorry, but you all
Llewellyn.
suck, and Jericho is cool.
Yeah.
Even though
That's
Jericho
fair.
just somehow appeared, even though he was never here. Yeah.
He was always
Appeared
here,
to
he's just in
deliver
the
a great
background.
speech.
Yeah. He's basically like an NPC just following you guys around.
Basically.
Yes.
Awesome, guys. Wow.
Cool.
What a
Great
way
session,
to,
man.